And we are back once again for the PMSL EMEA qualifier here over in Europe. We are going to be taking you through the 6 games that we've got for you today. My name is John Allen, with me is Blank, and we are ready and raring to go for some more qualification action.
I love qualification action, me. It's the best, it's the greatest. It's good fun. And right now we have 3 teams battling out for the top side, trying to duke out all their opponents in terms of those point scoring. We have some teams that have done pretty well yesterday to actually climb the rankings a little bit, and you could find out all about that if you followed us on our social channels, which you can find right down below me and John there. Join in the conversation and have your own say about PUBG Mobile.
Absolutely. May need to make sure you're heading over there, checking everything out. We will be keeping everything live and up to date for it. We'll see. Let's take a look at the overalls as well as we get into our games today. This is how it sits right now. Dagestan 126 right at the top. 109 for Team Spirit, and the Eagles actually doing pretty well, but weren't able to hold on to one of those top 2 spots just yet.
Yeah, they dropped down a little bit there. Team Spirit were able to leap up above them after their final game yesterday in Erangel, where they were able to pick up themselves up a chicken dinner, which looked like much better play from them overall. Looked more coordinated, I would say. Dagestan, though, have just been really nailing it in terms of performance. 3 chicken dinners, 49 placement points, head and shoulders above of pretty much everyone else in the lobby right now in terms of those placements, which is the big important thing for them.
Yeah, being able to stay up and above and give yourself a little bit of leeway, because you've got 2 more games left, 2 more days rather left to play, and that is going to be pretty tricky to make sure you're holding on to that, because as much as it is a big gap, it's not big enough to hold people at that distance for too much longer. Still half of the games left to play, 12 matches on the cards. Shockwave up in 4th place. I liked some of their stuff yesterday. I think GETSO as well really kind of inspired some confidence in them yesterday with some of their rotations, specifically on that Miramar game. Oh, was it the Miramar game? I think I'm thinking right, yeah.
Yeah, it was the Miramar game versus KONINA Power. I think they made some they obviously lost that game in the end, and it could have been a chicken dinner for them, and I think that was just a case that they were playing with some real adrenaline in that match, which was cool for them. But I think that they made some more aggressive rotations, some more aggressive calls, because before runabouts week 1, they were quite timid, I would say, in a lot of their plays. Even their very first game on Erangel, they had a really good chance to get into towards center circle. They decided not to go for it. And after all, they decided to just stay in place towards very peer, not move. That's changed a lot. I think they're realizing they're actually a fairly decent squad.
Yeah, they've got some strength to them. The question is, will they be able to jump up in and amongst those top 2, right? Because as I said before, there is still 2 of those days left to play. Let's take a look at... Okay, yes, schedule. I got that one. Don't worry. Our producers tried to teach us Spanish in some of the call-outs. And El Schedule, I think it was. But here we go. Here's what we're playing today. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. And it's going to be nice and chill with it.
Yeah, we're heading towards Sanhok, towards the middle of things to break it up, and then we head to Erangel, Miramar, Erangel to finish things off. Overall, this has been a fairly cool rotation, I would say. Is kind of back to the days of old where we had this quite often. It's a nice one. I do like it a lot, and I think it breaks up the pace of the day quite well overall. So for the guys in the games, they'll be happy with this. I think Sanhok yesterday was an important Sanhok for a couple of teams. For S Eagles, they had a very good approach on their match, that one able to win it out in the end with a good 2-2 split from the compound. But Team Spirit winning their engagement versus HFIYS in bootcamp. I said yesterday, don't think that the hot drop's going to stop anytime soon, and I'm expecting that to continue today. I'm happy to be proven wrong, though, because I think for Team Spirit, it is a really tough decision of whether they play away from where they're used to rotating in favor of maybe some more consistent points, or they're just confident enough from yesterday where they played that slow game in bootcamp to go against HFIYS. The problem with that, though, is that the circle yesterday on Sanhok was very favorable for them to play that fight out for as long as they did, because they were still quite close to it at stage 3 in the game.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how these hot drops have sort of changed the pace of all of this, and hopefully Team Spirit are going to have a better time. HFIYS, like you say, going to maybe be able to find something out of it. Starting off things with Erangel, though, I feel like the big story has just been these circles, time and time again, just being the superstar of this show, right? There have been some really, really cruel circles, and a lot of teams having to make some pretty funky rotates. I think the one that stands out in my mind is that Team Spirit wide swing up to the north, right? Off the back of a really tricky situation from the hills, they were able to actually pull things back up and take it back into their favor. With a lot of teams already in those compounds, they knew where they needed to sit and they were able to slam straight on in. But those circles have been unkind, and it really takes a masterful touch to be able to adapt to them.
Yeah, it's been pretty unrelenting for the past 2 days, I would say, in terms of the circles and where they're shifting to, where they're going on the map, and teams are struggling because of it. There has been a few matches where I feel like a team that is quite strong, quite good, has been unable to, in fact, get towards where they want to go, despite actually playing fairly consistently throughout their games, just because those circles have been so cruel. I mean, we even had a circle that dropped towards La Cobreria. That's a really hard one to manage. KONINA Power got there very early, but they were super close to the circle in the first place. One of the only teams that wasn't already bunkered down, so they could make that rotation really quickly. I'm maybe hoping for some more fair circles over the next 2 days. Though it hasn't really stopped some teams towards the top from getting those points regularly, which is the big thing, right? Even if you do get these circles, there are teams that are coming out on top more often than not.
Yeah, it's kind of what starts to separate those championship caliber teams, right, from the rest of them. What you can do with these slightly off situations, hopefully. As you say, some more kinder situations going to be presented to them in the coming days. We'll have to wait and see, though. We've got 6 matches to play today, as I've been saying before, and we're about to be getting underway, I believe, fairly soon with the first match of the day. As the maps start to get loaded up, the players are going to be loading on in very, very shortly. In terms of, let's talk about standout players, right, for just a moment. In my mind, I feel like Eagles certainly have a few standout players. I think for now, Team Spirit don't really have a standout player. On Dagestan, I'm curious to have your thoughts as to who you think is really leading the charge for them, or if it's the same, like that Team Spirit, just full front of just strength across the board.
Yeah, I think Shifu is definitely the big standout right there on that team. Again, some of the other players on the squad are good, but it was more a case of Shifu's doing fantastically well, and he's always done really, really well in the past. I mean, he even got himself a double-digit elimination game, which was huge to see. But in the past, it was always a case of Limbo Boom, Zadira, never really up to the same tally as Shifu. But this time, it feels like the team around Shifu is supporting him extremely well, dude. So I'm very happy to see that Dagestan is doing strongly, despite it not only being just Shifu now, and I think that's the main thing. But he is like kind of leading the team, right? He's the spearhead for the squad, and I think he'll continue doing that throughout the rest of the days. Playing path over towards the western side, dropping down towards Sosnovka military base. And you got teams dropping out early towards the top. Brothers in Arms over towards Zaki. I wonder if Asia Mix is going to go for a little bit of a gatekeep again.
Maybe. I mean, it was the tricky situation over towards that Zaki exit that happened yesterday, that they shifted up towards that north coast, depending on where the circle goes. I think that's really going to be the changing factor right today as to where that circle is going to end up, if they're going to be able to just go for that same position or not. Are GETSO also going to go back to military and get guarded out again by One for All on that western bridge? Have to wait and see. I just pulled out some of the stats, by the way, about Dagestan stats, and Shifu is currently second on MVP rating for this tournament so far, behind Effect, who is just a little bit ahead. 25 eliminations for Shifu, 23 for Effect, but 5.2k damage to 4.2k damage is the difference maker. So that's what's putting Effect over it. But what's more impressive is that the rest of Dagestan, there's 5th place, 6th place, 7th place. That's Zadira, Limbo Boom, and Magnum, right? So this team is absolutely standing up to meet Shifu's expectations, like you were highlighting there. So the numbers bear your analysis out, which is always good to see. Circle goes out to the west side.
Yeah, it's actually a reasonable circle, I would say. There is a lot of water in it, but there's so many places to play on the western side of the coast. So this is not a horrid circle for a lot of teams. I think that when you're looking at effect from Team Spirit. I think the reason he's so high there is because one of the few players that has played pretty good over both days, right? I think there's been individual stand-ups from some of the players on Team Spirit from day 1 and day 2, but it has been Effect who's like actually been playing well throughout all of them. For instance, I mean, we've had games where Nomi has popped off, done really well, same for Matic, but it has always been Effect who has been coming back and keeping that team together, right? You know, with the leash in hand, dragging them along to victory. So Team Spirit pretty happy about that. And you can see them there looting up on the screen, going for the split drop over towards farm on the eastern side. And then they'll have to move on in over towards the west. GETSO decides to not drop towards Sosnovka. They've dropped out early to the south side of Gatka.
We did have a circle that finished, I think, down southwest near that quarry area before, and it was where we learned that 1715 liked to just go into a really isolated position, go really tight together and play on that one. It did go pretty well for them, but they didn't manage to get too much further. They ended up being buried in the quarry on that west side. GETSO on the northern edge, as we're on board with Duchu, just rotating in and lining that south side of the Gatka fields. Could make it tricky for the teams pushing it on that south border.
I think for GETSO in particular, or 1715, sorry, when we talk about them heading into isolated positions, a lot of times it's positions on the map that you would take if you were forced to take them, right? They're the last resort spots before there's nothing else and you have to play edge style. So for 1715, they're constantly taking the last pick of the litter, right? That is what they go for, even when they're given the pick of the litter. So they can pick the best compound. They consistently choose the worst one out of them. And I think that shows in terms of their point scoring, because yes, no one else is going to go to those spots, and yes, they will be safe for a while, but there's a reason why those are the last positions taken up on the map and why they're so free in the first place, is because they're not going to offer you a huge amount of scoring potential. So for 1715, the spots they're taking indicate that they're not looking for that top two, right? That's where that feels to me. And I think you can play safe, absolutely, but that is only going to afford you 55 points down towards the bottom of the tables.
They are the lords of Zone 4 at the moment. That is what they're able to do. Nothing can stop them getting into Zone 4, but they'll just stop themselves getting any further, really, for most of these runouts. Blue TIAM, they're playing just south of Ruins right now. They're striking for the middle, going over towards Gatka on a bit of a split, but they're grabbing a whole fleet of vehicles, and they're going to be sending into Gatka itself, potentially, saying where they are going to end on up. Because GETSO still have that 2-2 split on the south side. Ooh, a little bit of argy-bargy here over to the Western Bridge. Normally, FARVOICE Gaming are all the way over in Novo, but this time they're visiting One for All, and it's not gone well for them. Outside now, Black is knocked. He crawls on in, but the full crash comes through for FARVOICE.
Yeah, FARVOICE has been heavily aggressive over yesterday, at least towards the end of the day, and it had worked out for them, and they're catching teams off guard. Flavius, though, with a nice S12K to the face of FARVOICE, will slow things down slightly, but Luna speed things right back up again.
Spray down onto Smarty. Luna dipping in, dipping out. Two players now up and standing for FARVOICE. Just King remains, nade in hand. Over towards Luna, may be able to get a flush. Looks to go around the edge and loses a teammate instead of able to get the damage there. Another one in through the door. That looks pretty good. The bounce is in, but it doesn't actually catch the knock or the player who was down. That is disaster coming through from King. He puts another one in, and that is the re-knock, but it's only Luna to go down, leaving two active still and no flashes to be seen.
And with that knock, he can try and confirm on towards this res, but Minotox is coming in pretty quickly, and King realizes he has to give up the goose on that one. We're back off to the backside of the building. Minotox very low. Very little meds available for this team. So two alive. Just Zin really with the lion's share of HP. But a good shot through the window with a micro Uzi. We'll see things at an end there for One for All. And surprisingly, FARVOICE get away with this with all four players.
That is quite surprising. But they have managed to do what GETSO could not and stay alive in the face of One for All near a bridge position. GETSO, they have regrouped onto a really strong compound here. This position has so much oversight out to the east. It's pretty difficult to get a full crash down from the hill as well, unless you've got a little bit of time to play with. And Team Spirit do have that little bit of time right now. Do they want to take this one, or play a little bit more outskirty onto this engagement. Play the west side. Start bordering that western road between there and those Gatka fields to maybe pick up a few more elimination points as well in that position.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy rotate for a lot of teams down towards the southern coast. It's just a case of where you're getting these rotations going to. And I think a lot of teams want to kind of post up towards the central side of this field on the western edge of Gatka, which means taking up some priority compounds early on. You might need to fight for them. That will give you the opportunity to move in. With 1 for all going, though, this early, it does open up a lot of space on this south side. So for teams like KONINA Power, they should be able to manage to get their way in 17-15 very similarly. Is Eagles on our screen. They drop in Primorsk, and they've moved up on the south coast, on that west side, alongside with Star at the moment.
Yeah, they've got them a little bit further north, about 400 meters out, 400, 500 or so. There's Team Spirit. You can see they are out to the west of that compound that we were looking at with GETSO, who currently sit on that grey team just on the southeast side of the central area. Next circle about to come through. It heads up north towards Dagestan, gives Team Spirit as well a decent chunk of it. The compounds to the southwest of Everest, where Dagestan currently hold, actually they're regrouping away from it. Shockwave may be looking to move into that area. Could be quite important, but in general, we're getting a little bit swampy with it on the west.
Yeah, it's a couple of compounds that sit on the roadside that cut through the center of this circle, which are really good to play, and typically want to head up towards those, because not only are they strong in terms of positioning, but they're strong in terms of sight lines, because it's very open ground around there, so you know exactly when someone's coming to crash you. 17-15 are able to pick up one of those compounds for themselves very early on. This is, again, one of those positions where you lock yourself in, but this is not really a 17-15 play. This is more for the win than anything. This is one of the stronger compounds in this circle. S-Eagles getting torn to bits by Team Spirit at the moment. Devil and Islam remaining.
Ooh, okay, Matic able to find a second knock, and Islam goes down. Devil, the last to stand, and Team Spirit are giving them what for. They saw them in the top two. They said, come on, if you want to be there, you got to play with the big boys. Effect, one in the spray. Third party, though, comes through, and it's actually Star Esports who are cresting the ridgeline, getting close, and getting in amongst it. Matic is on the warpath against the Eagles there. He clips their wings, something awful.
Yeah, it's an incredible nade through the window. Really good read onto S-Eagles. And with that, Team Spirit picks up a nice compound down towards that southwest side. Not very close to the center of the circle, but a little bit of high ground play with fairly defensible. Very good crash onto S-Eagles from Team Spirit. And to be honest, probably the best team that they could have taken out early on, just in terms of where they're sat. Because for Dagestan, I'm almost certain that they're going to be getting through into PMSL EMEA with the way they've been playing. It's fantastic. But for Team Spirit, if they can take out S-Eagles, they're, at the moment, realistically their only competition.
Yeah, it's just a case of continued beatdowns going to serve them well, if they can find that in the back pocket. Strangers up to the top of Everest, going to play against Asia Mix on the ridgeline. Brett with a nade, pulls the pin. Needs a big arm there. Launches it nice and high. Does land, but a little bit short there. A little bit longer on the cook. Get those bouncers lost in danger, potentially, but they're just about out of nade range now. May just be able to find it, but I think the arc's just a little bit too short there. They can play at arm's reach from one another, but Big Baby swinging down on that north side may take a couple of shots uphill. KONINA Power and GETSO clashing on the southeast side, and KONINA Power not having a good time. GETSO holding onto their compound nice and effectively.
Yeah, for GETSO, again, this was a rotation that we expected KONINA Power to make through this south side. I'm not entirely sure why they didn't think that this would be taken. I think taking a compound over towards the very edge of the circle and waiting for this to pop would have been a better idea for them, rather than getting stuck in on a compound that likely wasn't going to be in the next shift. And with that, we do head back over towards that north side. And Everest is now a pretty decent place to fight over in terms of getting yourself towards that end game. I thought before it was slightly strange. We saw Strangers and Asia Mix fighting over something that was so close to the edge, but with a hard shift like this, it's now in play. So Strangers expending so many nades after the fight hadn't really started in earnest. Felt like a slight misplay, and they're still doing it now. Like, honestly, HFIYS is so far away. By the time they want to make their move, they'll have a lot more utility to work against Stranger, sorry.
I guess that's the portmanteau of the both, right? Stranger Mix, Asia Mix, and Strangers holding the high ground. Not going to be best of friends though. Brett moving in, and this is a better position for the nade, but Lost might be able to clip it if he steps out at the right time. The nade's being cooked, the pins are pulled, the player close by, and he wasn't quite there with the timing on the pin. Tries to get off with a vehicle, and that is not going to be a good time for him. Strangers, they take their first casualty, but Lost is isolated. Retro is down on the forefront as well, and Tree could just keep this ordnance pouring in. A nice answer, but it's not going to find it. Not nearly in the same fashion, because Dimmy goes down as well. Keme now the last to stand.
Yeah, it's sort of odd. I mean, honestly, that fight all just goes downhill as soon as that knock comes through, because HFIYS's response is not great off the back of it. It was a lot of panic. Realistically, in that situation, all you do is everyone pulls the pins on the grenades and starts sending them over towards Strangers as they push, because likely you're going to get 1 or 2 knocks, reset the momentum on the fight. But I think this is now fairly over for HFIYS, and Strangers will get a full reset on the util, which is huge for them. There's not really many other teams here. Brothers in Arms, though, could be a problem.
They're going to roll straight on in very, very quickly, and Monkey's going to go and deal with it single-handedly. The rest of the team picking through the boxes. Needs to be careful. Nades need to be on point. Carryboy and Zodiac have the challenge, and that is a beautiful nade. Monkey doesn't take damage from his, and Strangers have the suppression from the backlines on this ridge. This is good play. This forward position from Monkey, it was risky, but it's really paid off well for them.
Yeah, it was sort of required as well that they didn't get backstop, but they knew they needed to get the reset on the nades. Blue TIAM DX now actually coming over towards the north side of Everest. What is this? This is like freeway fight. If Stranger Things can win all Strangers can win off Stranger Things. I've done that twice now. If Strangers can win all of these fights, they'll get so many eliminations. This will be a huge game for them just for being kings of the hill, essentially.
They might even release Season 4. Whoa. That'd be crazy. But they are pushing in from that southwest side. They are playing up close and personal. These nades, ooh, finally find a weakness. Monkey does just about go down, but Blue TIAM, they're doing the work, and this smoke wall is just forcing Brothers in Arms into a really terrible position. Blue TIAM pushing everyone aside, forcing them out, and this next circle will force descent from this mountain. Monkey, I'm imagining, going to be Resible here. Because Brothers in Arms, the remnants, are going to hold Blue TIAM away for a time being. Tree, though, he wants to cut a few more points out of this lobby.
I mean, holds close, but instant shotgun from Blue TIAM DX will take him down. That's from GodCR. Yeah, this has been a tough and difficult fight for Strangers, where it's come from one fight into the next, been put on the back foot by placing themselves further down the hill into Blue TIAM DX, forward onto this position, Carry Boy in a real awkward spot, and Strangers desperately want to steal away. How is he still alive?
It's just, you know, it's just dodging all the bullets. If you just don't get hit, it's so much easier this game. I'll tell you that. 3 players now on the hilltop, though. Not going to be able to dodge those. Goes down to the spray from the UMP there, and Monkey might just be left high and dry. I think Alicio wants to get out of there, and so does Brett. Would be tricky to get this res. Yeah, no, they're definitely not going for this.
Yeah, I have to give up the chase on this one and try and play for a later place in the game. And Strangers did not pick up as many elims as I expected them to from that position. 5 elims total. A little bit sad. But there you go. Shockwave again in a nice central spot over towards that eastern side. They can play from that quite easily. And they have full oversight on the field towards the west from that compound.
That compound, one of the few safer areas. Dagestan. Shifu is down, so the rest of the team need to stand up for him. That nade, I mean, it's... Okay. Okay. That should have been a flush, but he hit uncontested. He hit the side of the window with that nade. That's... I've done that. I've done that plenty of times. Finally, there's something going on, but it's 17-15 actually taking damage, and there's another knock over towards Dagestan. Magnum now wanting to pull out the res, but Banner wants to slow it down, goes for the spray and the challenge. The pump action not going to be able to land, but the second push-up does. Might lose Shifu for it, but he gets the flush done.
Yeah, this has been fairly good approach from Zadira, honestly. He is the massive factor in this fight that is making this doable and possible for Dagestan. He's been able to peek the ridgeline every time they peek out with support from Magnum in the front lines. Yes, they lose Shifu, but Shifu managed to live through so many nades that it actually worked out kind of well for him.
Magnum with the nade onto the corner, watches the side of the smoke. That was a perfect nade. Surprised it didn't get a knock or anything more, but Magnum descends with the pump action. Goes for one, looks for Phantom as well around the boot of the car, or the trunk if you're American. But either way, anyway you slice it, it's going to be an elimination and a team wipe against 17-15. Dagestan can play on as 3.
Yeah, that is the big thing, that Dagestan aren't just Shifu anymore. They have some very good squad mates on that side. Zadira plays an insane game from that backstop position. Makes it so difficult for 17-15 to do anything. Next circle will center up over towards Shockwave, and now everyone wants that compound. It's the only playable compound here. Otherwise, you're pretty much playing from the crags in Everest and or snaking this one in through the fields. For Team Spirit, GETSO and Star, this is more about picking up points as much as they can. It's unlikely to get a huge amount further into this match.
Morris with the spray onto the vehicle. A lot of damage being eaten. I think that vehicle's out of commission now, but Eliseo gets to cover for the Strangers. Down they go. They're going to try and take the scrap. In the meantime, out on the west side, it looks like there's an opening being found. Default is knocked in the background there. There is that south factor with GETSO playing close. That's a lot of players for one person to handle. Star Esports going to back off their forward point. Maybe even get the res onto default.
Yeah, it's the potential there. That is some good information for Matic. Really good information, in fact, and Ked just has not moved, so fully open for this next nade.
Thought he wasn't going to get out of the way of that. I thought he was just going to watch it. Goodness me. Does step it out in time. As the rest of Team Spirit swinging on down, establishing their line. Have to push east in a moment. Matic wants to spray onto Duchu. Yeah, you can't be doing that. With no smoke cover, into 2-3 players from Team Spirit. It's not going to go well. And they find out all about it. Matic on forwards. He wants to actually put pressure onto this res. Put pressure onto this knock player, but that nade's going to do the job for him. Oh, goodness me. 9 eliminations now for Team Spirit, and this west side's looking good for them.
A Kitsune? That's okay. Pretty damn good strafing there coming through from him. He is knocked, but Nomi's quite close by. Might be able to do the damage. Default takes a heavy hit, and in that ditch, it is fairly nadeable. And they should be able to get Kitsune up, I believe.
I think they'll be doing that for the last while. 10 eliminations now, double digits already for Team Spirit. Dagestan, they've got 4 for their own. But that south side is going to be pretty tricky now. I think this next phase for Dagestan may be their make or break time. Default just dancing about, trying to pull a Kitsune. But Kitsune even got knocked himself, so I'll be surprised if Default can survive. Shockwave the ones to pull him down.
Yeah, again, this is the difficulty right now where you can see from Shockwave's position, they have so much oversight over the entirety of this match. It's going to be really hard for anyone to get remotely close to them. For Team Spirit, it's likely going to have to be a wide wrap on the south or north side. That's realistically all they can do, try and pick up some points. And like I said, they did do quite well in terms of mopping up a lot of the players on this area of the map. They were able to get themselves 10 eliminations. Again, a very valuable game for them, considering they were able to knock out S Eagles earlier with 0.0 elims. So they're just getting further ahead in this match now.
Dagestan moving Zadira forwards. Closer to the last player for KONINA Power, but this is going to hold downhill from 8-8 Academy. You have to try and move around through those crags of Everest. Okay, this definitely should be Shockwave's game. But the interesting factor here is that 8-8 Academy, I think, still have a corner of their compound in this next circle. So could potentially do something with it there. Although I feel like a lot of the time, you see teams in these positions, they just sort of say, oh no, we're not going to leave, we're not going to leave. And then eventually the blue zone just takes them down. I wouldn't be too surprised to see 8-8 Academy actually going down next. If blue TIAM try and swing down the hill that direction, they could have a little bit of trouble sent their way. But in general, establishing an off angle for themselves will be so valuable right now.
I think very Academy, because the ridge side kind of splits that area in two, right, where there's no sightlines across the AA Academy for Blue TIAM DX. AA Academy can just live this game out for quite some time, and I think Blue TIAM DX would rather just sit out here rather than in the purview of Shockwave. But later on, see what happens for AA Academy. Team Spirit, their game just got ruined off the back of that circle. I highly doubt they'll be able to make this crossing. They would have to make a really aggressive wrap down towards Dagestan and potentially fight out versus the guys on AA Academy.
In comes the sweep towards Dagestan. They want that top spot, and they want it now. Matic leaning out will be able to pull one through, and they're looking for the rest of Dagestan as well. Magnum doesn't know what's just hit him. It's the whole of Team Spirit bearing down upon him, but there's off angles being shot at, and there's a knock already to the backline. Matic is down. Kitsune hops out, has cover. One knock to the backlines. I think it's just Magnum now for Dagestan. Can't quite get the roll down, the spray. The drop shot's not quite there, and Dagestan will fall, but can Team Spirit pull themselves back together?
Yeah, very difficult. Matic's out with 6 elims, playing really well, and I think that they are now leaning into this more aggressive playstyle, which is very nice to see. I'm glad that's happening. And again, Kitsune can now actually take a little bit of a breather for himself, because Matic also does like to make calls in these matches. So he can be a bit more aggressive on his plays and trust in the rest of the team to be able to make those pop-off moments happen. But yeah, a lot of elims found for Team Spirit. That was a very cool push. And in terms of getting more points and getting further into the game, that was sort of the only thing they could do. And it really did require a lot of finesse to pull off.
And there's 88 Academy putting out their feelers for an off angle. They have managed to put Peachy outside up to the north, closer to that ridge that you were talking about that separated them from Blue TIAM. So having that outpost, I think, is going to do really, really well for them. 3 players alive for Team Spirit on their mad dash. Only 1 player for KONINA Power across the way, and it might be the target of aggression the next time around as we hop over to this Shockwave compound. It's been nice and safe for them for quite a while, and that's going to continue to be the case as they drop a nade and a Molotov over towards Blue TIAM, but we'll see what they can do. Badusi does go down, and that's Team Spirit with a little bit of more of an opening of 4 teams remain.
Yeah, they're going to push further up towards AA Academy. And again, this is the dream situation for Team Spirit that I was talking about in the case of being able to make this wrap. I mean, this wrap is so difficult to do, but they've made it look fairly simple. They've taken out both of the frontliners for AA Academy, who should bleed out. And now there's just 2 players snaking in the grass. That's a long nade.
That's a really long nade. Goodness me. All right, there we go. 88 Academy, their forward duo got taken down, and Team Spirit, they got the roadside ridgeline to shimmy up against. And it's working wonders for them. They've got actually a lot of cover from this angle, as Nomi wants to confirm those points. 16 eliminations now for Team Spirit, and there's still plenty more. What was the record before? I think it was 21 coming through from Dagestan. And if they're able to do it, they'll take the top spot.
Yeah, they will. Again, this is such a valuable game for them in terms of the point scoring they've been able to get. Being able to grab all these points on board and shoot further ahead in front of S Eagles is massive. Even at this point, if they go out, this has been a fantastic match for them. Kitsune is down. Likely going to be just this duo now from Nomi in effect, but a very, very strong duo indeed.
Kitsune is right next to effect. As soon as Ragnarzada peeks up for it, that should go down. Okay, yeah, that's been spotted. I'm not too sure about this play coming through from Team Spirit. I feel like they could have just played up along this roadside a little bit longer, but they wanted an outpost on the north side. They hadn't fully cleared 88 Academy, and they didn't know, or they didn't respect Blue TIAM's high ground position against them. They step up into the crossfire, and now I think Nomi's going to have to do just that, play that roadside.
Yeah, they sort of lack time, right? And I think he's dead.
That's a dead nade. That's a nade.
That's suffering. Some really strong nades coming through from Shockwave. Yeah, they just didn't have the time, and they had to make a play, so they tried to play alongside on the loot crate. And like you said, they did not clear out the final members from 88 Academy, who I think they assumed were further up the hillside.
I think Blue TIAM as well, with that cross angle, and Shockwave starting to flex out. Yeah, it was just a really tricky move to make. Ragnar goes down to it, and now Shockwave, they have the chance to prove themselves worthy of the position they've been given by this circle. These buildings have been their sanctuary. They are up to 6 eliminations now. Shockwave are on... Shockwave are on 6. It's Blue TIAM who are on 10. As they try and descend from Everest. They were the team that swept across the whole of the ridgeline of Everest. And now they're up and onto another ridge, facing off against Shockwave.
Yeah, again, for the boys on Shockwave, this has to be a chicken dinner for them. They have all the room in the world to play with. They took out one of the outposts. Now just one player remains.
Nade in from the back lines, bounces up and actually gets a lot done. But it's not going to matter because there is an answer immediately. Shockwave take it back, and that is going to be a chicken dinner for Shockwave, who actually with that match may have been able to jump up over the Eagles, or at least certainly close by to them, up into 3rd place. So maybe we've got a new contender. That is if Team Spirit hadn't put up a slobber knocker again themselves as well. But Shockwave from the buildings take a chicken dinner.
Yeah, and we were talking about it before, right, in terms of Shockwave yesterday playing very well, playing some really strong central positions. They get a little bit of circle look here, which is, to be fair, but for Team Spirit, 20 points total off the back of their 16 elims. Now, again, we can criticize that play as much as we like towards the end of the game, but the fact that even made it to the point where they could think about making a play there versus AA Academy is crazy. They fought from some of the hardest positions on the map. They had a hard shift away from them whilst they were in the field. So the fact they even get there is a real testament to the team's ability, and it feels like they're really coming together now as a strong squad. And we have to reiterate, S-Eagles getting taken out by Team Spirit themselves as 0 points is huge for them. Putting them at a disadvantage every single time, massive.
Yeah, absolutely. They have really laid down the law, especially in that fight. S-Eagles almost looked clueless, right, in that scenario. And Team Spirit gave them what for. So perfect scenario for Team Spirit in that engagement. Beautiful to see. I'm not sure if they've put up enough points to be able to leapfrog Dagestan just yet. I think Dagestan got 5 points on that match, so I think it will be a little bit closer. But still, they have got themselves right back up and into the running, rather, for 1st place as well, which was that little bit of a gap before the game started. Now it has shrunk to almost nothing.
Yeah, it's really good plays from Team Spirit. And again, I think this did just require a couple of days of feeling out the lobby and figuring it out. And this is what the top teams of the world are good at, is how do we play against these teams and how are we going to go about it? Because they've gone from being a little bit less aggressive on their pushes to very aggressive, because I think they realize now that a lot of these crashes, a lot of these fights that they're taking, they can win them because they are playing against worse teams than themselves. And it was a bit of a knowledge check for the first couple of days. Do we respect teams too much, or do we need to start disrespecting teams a little bit? And I think they have fully lent on that disrespect factor a little bit more. Dagestan, again, good fight from them and good capability. They were in a position where there was a lot of sightlines their way, and Shockwave just take the game off the back of some strong positioning and then some good flexes at the end of the game.
Yeah, that's kind of the bit where they sort of proved themselves, right? They did, as you say, flex out to play up towards those hillsides, get those peaks in, suppress over towards 88 Academy, towards Blue TIAM, and just make life so hard. If they don't flex out, if they stay in the buildings, a la 17-15, right? They would have just allowed Blue TIAM up to that ridgeline. Those nades find their way through the window, and they just go down 1-2 knocks, and all of a sudden it's chaos and it will descend. So you're right, those flexes absolutely pivotal at the end for Shockwave, and they didn't really have an impact onto third party either. And I think that in general, that plays into this disrespect kind of vibe for Team Spirit, right? That they have, that they're being allowed to go for these plays. It's not even that they necessarily disrespect the opponents they're crashing. It's the fact that they don't think that teams are going to third party them in the same way that they would do at a higher level of tournament.
We had a lot of chaos there, but we're going to take a little break from the chaos very quickly, and we'll be back with the next game on Miramar shortly. See you there.
We are heading into match number 2 after we saw Shockwave able to capitalize on their circle fortuity as we recenter ourselves on our cameras. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. Wait, oh, you got left, you got right. You never know. It's so confusing. I'll tell you that much. Oh, we go down. Our producer saying down. Okay, we've reached the correct floor, and this is the PUBG Mobile Qualifier for EMEA. Oh, silly. I'm being silly, Blank. Let's get into match number 2. Let's chat about match number 2.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet in match number 2. I think that we did a nice little breakdown on our ending of the last game, but it's a case of very, very good in terms of performance. But let's take a look at the overall rankings. Wow. Look at that. Team Spirit, 129 points to 131 for Dagestan. 26 points ahead of SC Eagles, so they're getting away from that. Honestly, was such a huge game for Team Spirit, very much needed game at the start of the day, just to break away from SC Eagles early on. And if they can continue that up, like, oof, this is going to get difficult for a lot of teams underneath them, including Shockwave, who are hot on the heels at the moment. But that's a lot of momentum gathered at the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what we sort of theorized may happen after the end of that first day. I mean, we were talking a little bit about what wasn't really working out for Team Spirit. It seemed like they didn't quite have what they wanted, and it was just the fact of adapting to that lobby. And we spoke about it during that game and the wrap-up of that game as well. They have, it seems, figured out their approach to this lobby, and I'm expecting a lot more bombacity from them. I like that. I'm going to go with that. Bombacity. I'm going to add that to their epithet. It's going to be brilliant. Everyone loves it. As we head into our second match, which is, as we all know, going to be Miramar. We're going to be heading over to the Dunes this time around, even though it is already August. We're going back to June.
Yeah, apparently. Back in time. So again, I am very, very excited to see this next match on Miramar, because obviously very different map, very much a change of pace for quite a few of our squads, and we have seen some pretty tough circles on Miramar. Some teams typically doing a lot better than others. KONINA Power actually being able to have much stronger games on Miramar, I would say, than any other map, which is a struggle for them, because they're getting most of their points from this particular map, which sits them around about 59, which is 11th place right now. But they need to pump those numbers up on Erangel. They also need to keep getting points on Miramar, because this is their moneymaker, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. If they want to jump up a couple of places. Although, having said that, placement in this tournament kind of pales in comparison to just those top 2, right? There's no money on the line. It is just the shot at getting to the PMSL later on this year. Next month, we'll be seeing them taking flight. But for now, we've got to qualify 2 more teams. And the only way to do that is get these games going. And it's Miramar, Puerto Paris. This is a really hard southwest plane, actually. It's cutting out a lot of area near El Azahar. The plane path from south of Puerto Paris, so up towards the south of El Pozo as well. So really, really heavily sent down to that southwest.
Yeah, it does cause some problems for some teams in terms of getting far up towards that north side of the map. But again, this might be a case of dropping roundabouts down towards Minas del Sur or Partona. Those are positions of the map that you might want to pick up as teams very, very quickly head out over towards that north side. SC Eagles likely to be dropping early alongside Los Leones, so can get looted up quickly, as can Dagestan, who drop on the north side of Los Leones. But yeah, like you said, this is a tough playing path for a lot of teams.
We'll see if there's any hot drops going to come on through. As of yet, shoots on the east side of Los Leones getting a little bit dangerously close to each other. The Eagles in 1715. Potentially crossing paths there. Dagestan a little bit shorter than that. Team Spirit, they're not going to be embroiled with Asia Mix. That's going to separate itself. The circle, this is such a chill circle compared to what we've seen so far. So I'm quite pleased with this. It keeps everything on the land. A lot of area is available there. It actually allows people to break up all the way to El Azahar, where maybe they wouldn't have wanted to rotate that far before. You could potentially envisage a world where somebody goes up past Impala, up and loots and pushes in from that northeastern side in El Azahar, but I don't think there's too many teams situated to go for that as of now. Eagles may be wanting to do that, but they seem to be a little bit trapped in Los Leones for now.
Yes, slightly trapped at the moment. I mean, for them getting out towards that north side, slightly more difficult. Dagestan did drop on the south, so they're having a bit of more of a rough time. But again, for teams heading up towards that north side, you're kind of stuck along this big old traffic jam that sits from El Poto heading down towards Impala as One For All attempts to get over towards there. They are sort of close right now to 17-15. Brothers in Arms popping nades over towards FARVOICE, who have become a very aggressive team as of late.
I like it. I like this change-up. I mean, why not, right? Why not learn these little scrappy fights in a situation where, frankly, there's nothing on the line for FARVOICE Gaming at this point. These are, at this point, glorified scrims for this team, right? Their point tally is almost tripled by Dagestan at this stage. There's no way that they're coming back into this. So, try things out. Get a little bit freaky with it. And I'm really interested to see what that actually is going to do as a whole, right? Because for a lot of these teams, it's purely a chance to, one, showcase yourself as a player, showcase yourself as an IGL, and test out new strategies that you think may or may not be good. You can really try it in a full competitive format.
Which is fair enough. And again, this is what you want to be doing as of late, especially if you're not doing all that hot, is testing things out, seeing how they're going. So for other tournaments that might be happening outside of PMSL, some third-party tournaments, you can employ that kind of factor. When you've played against some of the best teams trying to compete to get into PMSL itself, FARVOICE do finish off quite a few players, or at least one player from Brothers in Arms. The rest of the squad just on looks, sadly.
Down and out. 17-15. Eliminated 4 points for One For All. I was hoping for a lot more from One For All, purely because I'd sort of been researching puns, like from the Musketeers, from My Hero Academia as well. But I can't deploy them. I'm not allowed. They're not doing good.
Undeployed, sadly. It is unfortunate. But
I mean,
that's the way it goes.
Their first match, I felt like, was pretty strong, right? That Erangel, where they swept on the north side of the quarry position, it felt like they were pretty decent, right? Like they had a little bit of go in them, but yeah, it just kind of faded away for now anyway. Hopefully, they can get some of their mojo back. We'll have to wait and see.
You want some of the mojo back as soon as possible. I mean, they have been struggling since yesterday. I'm sure that they can do it. I mean, they have good players on the teams. They were making some unbelievably fantastic plays before, but now it's just not as strong. It feels a little bit weakened. Some of the scouting isn't as good. This is some good scouting happening from Star, though, right now, as Poker has a little look down towards FARVOICE. We'll pass that back to the rest of the team.
Spots out. Marauders on the north. And they are pretty deadly at this point, right? They are definitely willing to go for these fights, as we've seen. He's not taking shots just yet. I mean, you don't take shots in this scenario purely because you're isolated and as a solo player. That is just an information gathering outpost. If you take shots, it's not unlikely that you have 2 or 3 players rock up to your position and immediately flush you. The point of being there is so that if you do have threat put your way, a teammate regroups onto you, you get some backup, and then you take the engagement. If you don't have multiple players taking shots at a position like that, it's just not going to be worth it. You're not going to get the knock. You're just going to give your position away and give them the information that you've just gathered yourself.
Yeah, which is not what you want to happen. Strangers are on our screens again. Again, there's such a glut of teams down towards the south side at the moment, John. S Eagles rotating very closely to Dagestan. That is something I'm going to be worried about. Shum spots out Luna. We'll finish off at this knock that came through earlier. I'm very, very cautious about this.
Getting the flush. 2 fists for Shum. That's all he needs. Bang, bang. Left, right. Good night. Effect down and sprayed away by GETSO. Okay, this is interesting. Could get a little bit spicy now as Team Spirit are split by GETSO on their position. Nomi for the spray. Challenges one. Matic finds Duchu on the off angle as well. But Nomi immediately refragged there. And this is going well for GETSO right now. Kitsune trying to establish something, trying to get into the fight, but it's 2 versus 1 on this angle, and then he's right on top of him. I'm surprised he didn't get knocked there, but he's got one of his own. It's cooking. He knows that these players are going to break close, has a long cook, and that's huge amounts of damage towards Obito as well. Kitsune trying to keep Team Spirit alive, and it'll do just that. A beautiful 1-2 punch from the nade and the spray over the ridgeline to allow Team Spirit to play on with 3.
Yeah, it's a fantastic nade coming through from Kitsune. Super cerebral. Rolex spots out Shifu up high. GETSO's down. That gives a whole bunch of space right now to Team Spirit. And moving up towards Picado's side. Playing around that ridge that looks over towards La Bandita. Star has just been hunting FARVOICE for the first few minutes of the game here.
I mean, that's that information
2
gathering.
elims.
That's that information gathering that they were able to get from that high ground from Poker.
Lots of shots popping off across the way.
Is it Brothers in
Team
Arms?
Spirit has to slow things down a little bit now, though, for themselves, considering they've got 3 players. We're heading into the next circle, so a lot of teams will just be posting up right now, not trying to get into too many fights, which is why it's a big worry right now for AA Academy, FARVOICE, Star, Brothers in Arms, and Shockwave. Wow.
All right, what a shift down towards the south side. Los Leones taking up a lot of ground, and the hills right now where Dagestan sit are going to be monumental. The North Hills of Los Leones, some excellent high ground positions, very, very difficult to do anything against them, and the Eagles are perched atop it as well on the west flank. So a really tricky position for everybody to try and get towards now.
Yeah, it's not a very fun position on the map either, John, just because you have this nasty ditch that sits in the middle. Team Spirit's going to have to deal with a lot of teams coming in from that north side. Asia Mix has done quite well to just kind of stay out of the way for quite some time here, John. So when they do head on in, they're likely going to be able to find themselves a pretty decent spot within the circle.
You'd hope so. The Eagles, I mean, they're wary of Dagestan's position. But for Dagestan, you take shots down here, you don't really want to take them out fully because they are guarding that west flank and playing the counterpoint to your high ground position on the east. And maybe you think the evil you know is better than the one you don't. Don't want to move them out of the way and have 2 teams take up occupation. Be more of a threat on the western side.
Dagestan still fending off with SEUs. I think they're their biggest threat at the moment. Down towards the western side of the map. You can't really peek out too often with S-Eagles understanding their location. So for Dagestan, it's more of a case of taking pot shots towards teams that surround them on that east and north side, because they have that high ground to play with, which is going to be so strong for quite some time.
Big Baby crashing into the same concrete. They'll be happy for their position for the time being anyway. They will hold just to the north of the Eagles. The West Hills that sit not close enough to the ridgeline to get bothered by them, but will be plenty of cover out that direction as well. Team Spirit do have a decent chunk of it, but given that they're only as 3 from their earlier engagement, might be a bit more tricky for them to hold on to it out on the west side. The question is anyone actually going to challenge them? Is Asia Mix going to push north up towards them? Is anyone from this northwestern side going to do anything right now? Because Star, Brothers in Arms, and 88 Academy have all been just biding their time over towards Picado.
Yeah, the western side of the map is actually quite difficult to deal with for a lot of teams because there's so much open space around here that you can't fit so many squads in that position on the map. So for Team Spirit right now, it's a case of just getting a lot of information gathering done. Star is taking a knock here. That's between 88 Academy and themselves. So they'd spotted out quite a few players from FARVOICE, but now taking their individual fight with 88 Academy, who love to play on the edge and sometimes play on the edge too long, I'd say, John.
A lot of nades going off. I think that might be over on the northwest side. Yes, it is indeed. 88 Academy Trying to find an opening towards the brothers in arms. They have got all 4 players alive. 2 players up on the high ground. You can see they're out in the blue zone. Silence got rezzed. Another nade for Ragnar. Won't catch anything there. Silence gets a heal off as well. Off-angle shots coming on through. Who's that from? Goodness me. It's getting lit up, and it's coming from Shockwave, who are moved in from the eastern side. And that makes things really tricky for 88 Academy, and, to be fair, for everybody else as well.
Yeah, for 8 Academy, all these teams, Shockwave, 8 Academy, as well as Brothers in Arms, they need to move. They need to move quickly. I like where Star has actually headed to as well, which is that ridge side I was talking about earlier that sits over the big old crater. This gives you a very defensible position to be playing. A lot of teams still just hovering around Los Leones, wondering whether we're going to get a hard shift down towards that southeast side. The circle is taking a while to come in here. Teams try and conclude as many of their engagements as possible before getting into the zone itself.
Ooh, this is interesting. Look at where Dagestan have moved. They moved off that high ground quickly into a very central area. They had that high ground plateau that we saw to the east of Eagles, and now they've moved out to the northwest point of Los Leones. There's like a little track and a ridge line that sits there that they are looking to play on. See if they can keep control going on. The fact that they are so central, I mean, it's typical of Dagestan. They're kind of... It's like they're doing what 17-15 like to do, but they're doing it much more effectively, and they're picking the right compound, right? It's the same kind of style, but it's much more effective in the hands of Dagestan.
Yeah, they're very quick on their rotator and very smart with the way they take them. I think in terms of just holding down angles as well, this is a team that does that phenomenally inside of this lobby, which is what you need to see in the long run like this. You need to be able to cover each other's backs. And these guys have played together quite a few times before. Obley's getting switched out a few times for Magnum here, so they're just testing out a new player a little bit on the team.
They've got a bit of a lead.
Come in and out.
They can afford, maybe, to drop a point or two here and there with a little bit of new player situation. And that's something that we did talk about for Team Spirit as well. And of course, we just keep talking about Team Spirit, is the fact that Matic is now back in with Kitsune, joining Nomi in effect. But that new player synergy, if anything, playing in this qualifier is probably really good for them to be able to develop that synergy for their hopes towards the PMSL, right? You don't really want to be going straight into the PMSL looking as fresh as a new player might make you feel, but they'll have that chance to practice it out all here. The shift, though, over to the east side.
Yeah, it's a real big crash course, right? 8 Academy come up towards the back end here of Team Spirit, but they need to move further in. There's really not a lot of spots to be playing. Team Spirit were stopping off a little bit, but I think they realized that they can move over towards where Nomi's playing. Much better ridge side to gatekeep 88 Academy. Very smart play there from Nomi to pick up that position. It is a 3v4 though, so this will be a difficult fight. In the meantime, Star taking massive damage through from Blue TIAM DX. What is Semtana doing? Just stood out in the open there.
Is going to go down, unfortunately. Blue TIAM, they have got 4 players alive, but 2 knocks, and a descent comes through from Team Spirit. I think that's back up. Is that, yeah, that's Team maybe coming in from the south side, or is that Dagestan? I'm not entirely sure. Team Spirit, though, they want to pick up the pieces of this fight. They are moving through these buildings fast. Can these reses come through in time? Nomi with the pump action, can't find the first. Kitsune, again, saves the day on the engagement. Can he hold down his teammate? Because it looks like Blue TIAM might want to take dynamism, might take action here. And Shockwave come in from this northern side. Dagestan are pushing in. They've moved Shifu up to get a little peek through these windows.
Yeah, it's a smart play from Team Spirit, but I just don't think they have the manpower to hold on to this. The thing that they really should think about doing right now is kind of just allowing Blue TIAM DX to live here. They need some kind of guard against other teams that might want to cross into them. As soon as the fight slowed down, though... They are re-engaging because Dagestan just left.
Go on. Ooh, I thought that was going to tag onto Morris. I think they're just a little bit safer for now. They know the angles. A nade in. Not going to land, but that's going to take the explosion. I think there was a vehicle going up, and Kitsune gets the point nonetheless. 2 players remaining. The bombardment continues. The Molotovs. The utility usage. They are throwing it all at the wall. It seems like the kitchen sink has stuck.
Yeah, I mean, this is playable space, right? And I think they understand that they need to get rid of these players as soon as possible. Other teams will have heard this. They'll be coming in soon. You can see Shockwave down the hill. Still don't think he's close. I mean, they've naded that out so many times. He must be on the close wall now.
Hopefully they figured it out. Morris is ready, though. Ready to take that opportunity. Still yet to be cleared, but with the smoke starting to clear, Team Spirit aren't going to peek, aren't going to push this angle either. I don't think he's going to have too many opportunities. That nade, though, in through the window. Oh, they know now. Kitsune wants the challenge. Goes in for half a spray. Is he going to get flushed as well? Because Morris is going to turn the corner, take Kitsune down. That is devastation. Nomi is there, but Kitsune losing his life in that scenario, that's why you need to clear that close angle. It was bold to go for the peak on a wide shot, potential for Shockwave to third party it, and Kitsune bites the dust.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there. I mean, the amount of times they cleared the long angle, I think at least one of them should send a grenade onto the close angle, especially after they flushed the guy. They should have assumed that the res was coming through from that area, and look how good of a position this would have been if they were at 3. Either way, 9 elims on the match. They have not done badly at all again, and they are just racking up points. I mean, they're 40 points almost ahead of S-Eagles right now, which sits them clear at least 2 decent matches, which gives them a very good buffer from 3rd place.
That's what you want to see. You want to just keep that acceleration going. And again, this is a good match. We always talk about that first place position. If you're getting up over 10 points, you are in contest. 10 points average per match, that is. You are in contest for that first place spot. And with 2 more points, Team Spirit would be slap bang on 140 points, which at the end of this match would be a 10-point average. So it would be great to see them back up there on top of the pack. Top of the pile, but Dagestan, they've been quiet so far. They've had a good rotation, taking position up from the north side of Los Leones, descending when the circle moved away from them, and now they've been afforded a cheeky little building on the high ground that overlooks 88 Academy, who are going to have to push north from Los Leones.
Yeah, I think Dagestan made that initial move over towards that north side, then realized that, look, this actual position they've got on the south side is just far stronger, so it's not really worth making the full cross. Someone potentially comes from the south side and steals this position. With the amount of teams that were playing around Los Leones on the outer skirts of the city and want to fully invest, then yeah, this was a position that could have been easily taken over by some other squads. We're down to 10 now, but 36 players. There is really quite a lot of battered and bruised teams here.
Starting to shed the weight a little bit. Over on the northeast side, Big Baby, One for All, Strangers as well. Now have a bit of a kerfuffle going on. Into the concretes they go. One for All rolling up to Big Baby's position. They've been in here for quite a while. Nades going back and forth. Strangers are at the back of this fight, remember, as well, which really forces Big Baby to hold strong in this phase. They can't really give ground. They can't play soft. And Smarty, he just, okay, he peeks the corner, just lobs a Molotov right in his face, and somehow doesn't go down. Does get sprayed out, though, in the meantime. I think that point is stolen. Yeah, it's taken away by the Eagles on a third-party angle.
Flavius with a nade, trying to angle it up well. Again, this felt like a weird fight for One for All to take versus Big Baby. They'd not done any scouting available over towards Strangers. And if Strangers wasn't so magnetized towards these grenades, potentially they could have had a third party off the back of this.
I'm not sure how King was able to find that knock, but he does it nonetheless. And the res does come through for Strangers, so they are still playing as 4. But again, this is what I'm talking about, that third-party backstop for not only One for All, but now from Eagles as well. Big Baby are fighting for their lives, but right now they are surviving. They have the inside, and that is, in this scenario, a massive advantage.
Yeah, putting One for All on the outside opens up to so many angles from around the map. The sightlines are there for them. Next circle, popping very soon as One for All tries to make the speedy getaway. They realize that it's a little bit too late for that, though, as Big Baby immediately pops out. Gets the double flush. Nice Shockwave, actually, taking this side angle.
This position feels completely cursed. It's just not gone well for anybody who's gone close to it, right? Over on this northeastern side, Big Baby went there first, and actually, to be fair, I take that back. It's gone very well for Big Baby. Everybody else has just been kind of fighting around them, and they've just been sat there like, we're chilling right now. And now they go for a roll-up, though. They want to evacuate, and they're going straight on towards the back line of Strangers, and will spray 1-for-1 right now. 2 players down for Big Baby, but they find that second knock. A huge nade from the overarm comes through for the Strangers to keep them alive for now. The reses will need to come through. Shockwave continue to pepper, but that was a massive nade from Monkey.
Yeah, Monkey lines up the nade of a lifetime there. That was incredible to watch. Right over the top of the wall as well. So the pings must have come out and he's guesstimated it, but that was fantastic. Completely shuts down Big Baby. Again, they did come in on a weird angle. I think crashing the side of the concrete might have been better than playing off the back of that. Playing as a death ball does open you up to insane nades like that coming through. So for all the mistakes the Strangers made there, having a real rough and tumble with the nades coming their way, ends up being a nade that saves their entire lives.
Sprays out into the open. Can't really nade against that. This is a shooting gallery for the Eagles right now. Monkey will go down, but I think that buggy explodes. I'm not entirely sure if it's gone up yet. They keep putting lead down range. The smokes have bloomed, and finally some shots answered. I think that came from Elicio, or potentially even Shockwave further across the way. As Kaya does finally bleed out to the Eagles from the high ground, the south side from KONINA Power there.
Yeah, they have a very strong spot on this high ground. It's coming down from it's going to be a difficulty, which is why they're putting so much stock in taking out the teams that surround them. They know that when this next circle hits and they have to leave, they're going to have a lot of shots coming their way. A8 Academy versus Dagestan. If they're allowed to get into the compound, good nade over the top, though, does a hefty amount of damage.
Dagestan yet to rack up an elimination point, but they do put the first on the board with Shifu. Pinned back in as Zadira scarpers up the staircase. 8-8 Academy now into the ground floor. 3 players alive. Tokyo has been taken down, and an 8 in nearly finds another. Not going to be so lucky, though, this time around. And there's the nade onto Zadira. He's down and out. Magnum tries to nade in through the window again, but Peachy dodges it once more. On the upstairs, there's one. Magnum on the outskirts. Where's that third player? Shifu outside of the building, outside of it all, trying to stay above it, but it's not going to work out. Asia Mix flexing out towards this as well. Potential third party.
That's a good nade. That should be a knock. And it is onto Rodri from Obley. Very nice. And Shifu gets the Molotov to start this one off, and the nade on top of it. Very, very well. Big comeback there, actually, from Dagestan, I would say. I mean, that looked like it was going extremely badly for Dagestan, but some good utility usage sort of saves them in that situation. But Asia Mix is having a peek over, but they didn't want to fully commit onto that. I think they could have maybe gone for a third party there. Next circle comes in, and it does still keep that high ground in for S Eagles. Dear me, they might have just got a bit of a blessing here.
May have done. I mean, yeah, the edge of that plateau will still be in for them. The question is, who's going to find cover against it successfully to be able to hold them out on their descent, right? Because their leaving of that plateau is going to be hyper challenged. If they can get rid of KONINA Power, that south fall down is probably one of their safer ways out. So getting rid of KONINA Power right now for the Eagles, certainly for my money, is high priority.
I mean, they're just going to let them stay up there. I mean, trying to challenge them at this point, they are sort of being the guard dogs for them. Kaya did go down, so it was a 3v4, bit difficult. Next circle will certainly shift away from them, though. I think this circle does kind of annihilate a lot of teams' positioning. Wow, okay. Shot onto Rolex. Not expect that. They're actually pushing it.
All right.
Interesting.
Okay. They are going to go for it. KONINA Power up and into the fight. And looks like you're right. They have got a good opening here. Perks on the backline getting some healing done. Zero into the building. Devil facing off. Eslam peeking out wide there on the rooftop, trying to get a little bit cheeky with it. Is there a third party? I don't think so. The high ground's there. Perks nearly gets naded by his own teammate, but not this time around. Eslam doesn't catch anything with the nade. Wants to drop off the rooftop. Wow. This is straight into the DBS. Goes immediately down, and KONINA Power are rolling straight through the Eagles up top here. Devil has nothing to do about that door frame, and that is really huge power coming through from KONINA. 2 players now upstairs, their last hurdle.
Goodness me. Also, in the meantime, Team Spirit as a duo completely annihilate SHOCKWAVE. They took so many shots over towards them as they crossed over that roadside and were able to get rid of them, who were one of their biggest threats, actually. So kind of a big play. For KONINA Power, though, this was a bold move that has worked out quite well.
Rolex strafes on in and cannot catch it. Zero.
That's upsetting.
He's just been ready for these with the DBS. I think that's the second time someone's just jumped off the roof and he's gone like, oh, thank you very much. OMG.
We naded him.
Outside.
I think he almost naded himself, but managed to get most of the damage on Rolex. Yeah, OMG certainly is going down here.
Strangers got it.
I mean, fair play. Strangers have been taking a lot of shots from S-Eagles, want a little bit of revengeance themselves. I'm surprised Team Spirit's still in the game. I mean, that was a great spray down from Nomi. I wish we had a replay of that.
Team Spirit will have Strangers to deal with now. Dagestan continue to clash. But this time with KONINA Power from the high ground. Only one team with 4 players alive at this point, and that's the Strangers on the north edge. Team Spirit find a player. If KONINA Power find a player, all of a sudden, a duo win doesn't seem too far-fetched for Team Spirit.
I mean, there's a couple of 4-man... There was a 1 4-man team and 2 3-man teams. I mean, Team Spirit need a big opening over towards Strangers so they can play this northern edge, but Strangers keep backing off on this. And I just don't know how many more nades Team Spirit has. Again, as 2 players, there's only so much utility you can carry and only so much you can throw at once.
Shots over towards Asia Mix, and the south flank of Team Spirit did just get a lot easier. Nomi, is he trying to pick up these points? I think it might have been able to steal 1 or 2, but no. 6 now eliminations found there, and Kame goes down. Team Spirit racking up more and more. Magnum wants to put a nade up high. A nade over from Strangers as well, as Matic has 4 players to deal with, but the Strangers divert. They're allowing these off angles to be played on the western side, and Strangers want to take the fight with KONINA Power and towards Dagestan as well.
Yeah, this is getting very scrappy at the moment. I'm not sure what Nomi was doing. He was driving out in the blue and does go down. Impossible to res him back up again. Bit of a deny. Dagestan, 2 players. Good shots over towards the guys on Strangers. Either way, Team Spirit's been able to rack up a lot of eliminations, just being able to catch off some of these knocks that are coming from afar. But Dusty tries to take down Shifu, can't quite do it. He's extremely low, and there's no response from KONINA Power just yet until Zero's in on him.
Another shot for Magnum to find Perks and takes down another. Strangers still on 3. They need to start flexing out. The spray down as he tries to roll up, and Matic is the one to take it. And it finds the flush as well. Another point added. Dagestan losing players, and KONINA Power keep going. Zero has more in the tank. And all of a sudden, Dagestan are down. Strangers are on 2. And it's a 1v2v1.
Magnum actually got taken out by Matic. Brett steps up. Oh, no. There's a knock. Now it's possible.
And it's a 1 versus 1. Matic moving on in. Does not have the inside track. A res is possible here. I don't think he has any nades, but he needs to get around this headland. Tree is pushed into the fight. They're forcing to take this engagement. There's no choice here. They just need to step up. The headland's there. Matic goes 1 for 1 on the trade with the bullets. Gets to the tree. Has a bit of cover. Can he get close enough? Will step and again just zigzagging around. Tree can't find it. Needs to reload. The DBS is there for both of them.
No
and it's from
way.
The top rope. It's Tree with Strangers just about able to squeak away the chicken dinner. But I thought we were going to have some magic. It was still miraculous for Team Spirit, but it didn't quite go the distance. It's the Strangers this time.
Yeah, I mean, the Strangers have had a game there, but I think for Team Spirit, there was so many eliminations they were able to pick up. Again, playing as 2 for the longest time. Nomi and Matic make for a hell of a combo. 20 points and 14 eliminations off the back of that last Erangel as well. What a good couple of matches for Team Spirit. I will say one thing, though, and I think it's a very important thing to bring up, is that Matic looks like he's enjoying himself. I think that the way we've seen Matic play in the past, it's felt like he's been a little bit held back, a little bit reserved, but he looks like he's having a lot of fun here in this qualifier, and I think that's really important for Matic, because playing on Gladiators, obviously they've really suffered when they lost Kitsune and just did not do all that well at all. Now he's playing on a team where, you know, again, they are picking up star players from all across the region, and he looks great on the team. And again, it's just it looked fun for him, and I'm so happy. I'm so pleased for Matic.
This tournament is a lot of fun, and because it's so fun, we do need to take a couple of minutes to calm down before we get into another Erangel. We'll see you in a few. We are heading into another Erangel. It was a pretty close fought end of that last match. In fact, it was, I think, the Strangers who made it. Are we going Sanhok next? Yeah. Oh, even more interesting. Okay. We're heading over to the jungle this time around.
It's like last game on 4th match yesterday.
Last 4th. Look, I just sit down, I start talking about video games, and I'm just getting excited about it. But Sanhok, as you've rightly pointed out, is going to be the next one. If it isn't Sanhok, then that would be funny. But I think it is. I think you're right. Anyway,
thanks.
The end of that last match was pretty wild. And I think the Strangers did the most to make it be as funky as it was, right? They decided to push up towards that fight on the southeast side rather than let it conclude. Maybe they wanted a couple more elimination points, but nobody from that east side could really do anything else at that stage. And in fact, in the end, it technically worked out for them, right?
Yeah, it's a difficult one in the sense that with that circle ending, you can't really play the center all that well. You have to isolate your fights on the side, which worked in the favor of Team Spirit in particular, as well as Dagestan, because they were able to isolate a lot of their engagements. I will say that Magnum did a fantastic job in the center, even though he got taken out later on by Matic. He still had a great position to play where he controlled a lot of space for a lot of the game. And with that, Team Spirit on top now, 149 points with Dagestan at 144. And it feels like going into the end of day 3, this could be very difficult to catch up both of these teams tomorrow if they put up a sizable lead.
Yeah, a 40-point difference over 6 matches is pretty difficult to jump up. I think that's over 6 points average per match. Yeah, 36-point difference would be a 6-point average per match. So you need to be really chasing hard.
Yeah, and I think that there was a world where Team Spirit wins that game as well if Nomi didn't knock himself out in the blue. I'm assuming that he was trying to get away from some gunfire, and he just went out into blue for a little bit too long and misjudged it. But if that was the case, it was a 2v1 there. I think that 9 times out of 10, Team Spirit wins that engagement versus Strangers. Second page, we head down. KONINA Power does get themselves a good match here, or at least a decent match here on Miramar. It is what they're good at. It's the only map that they're good at really right now. And Asia Mix there in 10th place, who do consistently get towards the end of the games, but feels like they're getting outclassed more often than not now in our matches.
I mean, they've got 49 elimination points, right? But only 18 placements. They're kind of like a 6th place team, right? And that really doesn't net you so much in the way of placement points. 6th, 7th, that sort of bracket, which is unfortunate for them, but they have had some real standout fight performances. They were getting really scrappy with it previously, you know, clawing into other teams' fights and things like that, and capitalizing off fortunate timing, but those opportunities not necessarily presented themselves every match. You kind of need to forge your own path here, especially if you want to be a top 2 team, because at the moment it's a very clear boundary from that 2nd place down.
Yeah, it is. And I think it's getting worse and worse as time goes on. And I think that for teams that are trying to chase up towards that top 2 position, it's getting a little bit out of hand. And I think for Team Spirit and Dagestan, again, they both have a lot of momentum coming through from yesterday and also the beginning of today. So I think it's going to be quite difficult for them to stop performing at this level. But I'm interested to see if any team can try and challenge them towards those top 2 positions. But in my mind, we kind of already are securing our top 2 at this point.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way at this stage. I mean, there's potential, of course, there always is. But if Dagestan and Team Spirit have one more good game today each, then it's basically done for, right? And they've still got quite a lot of opportunities to do that. They've got 4 matches left to play today, and a lot of chances to put their own numbers up on the board. But in Sanhok, the big question is, are Asia Mix going to get back into the mixer with Team Spirit over in Bootcamp? Yesterday, we saw Team Spirit win it out entirely in a clean 4-0 in terms of the player deaths there. So are they going to try and go there? Or, as I've been informed by Maxman, their coach was telling them before, they should just go for that trifecta drop, right? But they decided to ignore that advice and take on Team Spirit in Bootcamp.
Yeah, which is not ideal, right? It's not ideal, and I think that it is doing them more hurt than good. Again, they are a heavy elim team. That's what they're good at. That's what they seem to perform well doing. And again, that leads into them playing in boot camp versus Team Spirit. They're getting experienced against one of the best teams in the world. So I don't know, man. We'll see if they continue going there. Trifecta might be a better position to try and pick up.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more open as well. I don't think we've had anyone who's really dropping there at the moment, not for the time being anyway. I have to see if there's any conflict there. We're heading into the match over Sanhok, the plane path from Camp Alpha over to Lukawi. At the moment, it looks like Eagles are dropping in with 3 players. We'll see who's being left out of the running there. But they, in 3rd place, this is not the time to be playing with 3.
No, this is going to really cause you some big problems going into the future. Playing with 3 players at this stage of the game, right? You do not want that to be the case. So for 3 players, S Eagles can't imagine them having the best of matches here.
No, it's going to be pretty tricky. Getting close to an outpost for KONINA Power. Actually, they have got the majority of the angles around that one player from KONINA Power if they want to drop around it. No, okay, they're going further. They're going down towards Camp Charlie. KONINA Power fall a little bit shorter. There's HFIYS. They're on that trifecta split. There we go. They are going to revert back to the sage advice of Neptura, who was, I believe, was the coach before this event came in. And they will, wiser minds will prevail. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, after getting 4-0'd yesterday, on what felt like a little bit of an embarrassing fight where they all just sat still for ages, sort of waiting for Team Spirit to come to them, and Team Spirit just never gave them the satisfaction. You can kind of understand them moving away from it. I didn't expect it, so respect that they do end up moving after all. But this will give Team Spirit a much easier game. And with a central position like that in boot camp, oh, they are so happy with this.
Yeah, this is a perfect scenario for Team Spirit. They like having players out on those outpost positions, stop any flanks coming on through. Really nice setup for them. And it's the first time we're going to see them actually try to be able to establish it, right? So it'll be interesting to see what they can do here. Dagestan up towards the North Bridge near Hatin. They're watching the far side. Shifu waiting for a teammate to... Whoa, smash cut to a different spray down. Effect finds one of HFIYS, and that is a brilliant pickoff to open up their south position.
Yeah, and this is typically what they do in most of their games, is where they will try and assault over towards trifecta, because that's typically a rotation they'll make later on in the game. And they saw that they were given free reign. They quickly just head on down, and to be honest with you, you've angered the beast at this point, so... the Team Spirit's going to bite back a little bit, and HFIYS lose a player right off the bat. Yeah, not ideal for HFIYS, but very ideal for Team Spirit. Again, this might have been a decision not to drop in boot camp purely off the way that currently Team Spirit is playing, right? They are super warm coming into today, and likely a hot drop would not go in the favor of HFIYS, who haven't had the greatest games and maybe aren't feeling as on point as Team Spirit are.
Shifu continuing his barrage. Doesn't have any meds though. He's sacrificed a little bit of looting time in order to get this knock across the way. With 88 Academy so close to the north side of Dagestan as well, this crossing on the north is actually pretty deadly right now. The res can come through on the far side for Blue TIAM. And they should just be up as 4, so they'll definitely be worried. The question is, do you want to go across this north bridge? Do you want to try and swim around the headland potentially if you want to get to that mainland island?
Yeah, I think for a lot of teams, it's usually just a quick flick over the northeast bridge, right? Blue TIAM DX, though, likely not going to be leaving this position for a while, considering they have full control over the bridge. It is difficult now for teams like FARVOICE, Dagestan, 88 Academy. You have to wait this game out a bit for the next circle, Zone 2, which will be coming through fairly shortly. In comes Brothers in Arms against KONINA Power.
Okay. Perks cannot connect with the DBS to the rear panel. of the rotating vehicle. But OC trying to do a little bit better. But Brothers in Arms right now, they've taken a lot of damage to Silence, but I believe he's still alive. And there he finally does get knocked, but Badosi nades have gone in, and there's backup from the backlines holding the rock pretty decently right now, and there's a burnout. Oh dear, it's a team burn, and the Molotov catches his teammate, unfortunately. Nade goes long, but it still catches the damage, but what are you doing? You're running into the fire at this point.
Yeah, Kaya is able to pick up a very easy elim on that, but has to pick up quite a few of his squad mates right now, so a bit of resurrection duty on hand for Kaya on KONINA Power. Perks is very resable though, as Woodson makes his way up the hillside.
Shots coming through, that's Zero. The back line will find a flush over towards one of the... No, that was another knock onto the Brothers in Arms. No, it was the flush. I'll take that back. They're now down to 3 with the 1 player alive. And as soon as those reses on the front come through for KONINA Power, you can bet those smokes, those nades will start to pour on in. And Brothers in Arms are really starting to fall apart now.
Yeah, Brothers in Arms struggling. Kaya immediately with a nade. Knows roughly where they are. Has the information passed back to him. So that's a good nade. Should re-knock Carry Boy.
Woodson playing closer on the tree. Can hit a huge one here. Goes not quite as big as he needed to, though. And Perks now hopping in, hopping out. Brothers in Arms. They do not know what's hit him. Silence now the last to go. He lays down, accepts his fate. And it is the Brothers in Arms to fall. KONINA Power, they're trying to shirk the notoriety that they've got for being a Miramar-only team. They roll in for 4 on Sanhok.
Yeah, it looked pretty messy, though, to be fair, for them. At the beginning, not being able to spray down the vehicle that Carry Boy was wandering around in. Decent nades in, forces coming out of position, but again, Asia Mix are not a team to be taken lightly in terms of the pressure. Good hop down to the ground, but not quite quick enough on the repeak.
Unfortunate. Star Esports will be able to pick themselves up to 3. Team Spirit on that high ground. Teams are really starting to gather around this trifecta position. If Asia Mix have been able to hold it a little bit stronger, they'd had a great time of things, but they're down now. Can't do anything about it. Team Spirit, they've taken a knock. Nomi is down. You can see they are pushing out northwest to get back. Matic wants to bring themselves up to 4 again. Effect misses the roof grab. But the knock over onto 17-15 is going to slow any aggression that they might have felt otherwise.
They're going to try and throw another molly over the top to keep up that pressure. 17-15 giving up the high ground almost immediately. And our next circle's coming in soon. Very central positioned in terms of the teams here. Everyone's fairly happy in their spot right now. S-Eagles are staying out of the way. Downside with Big Baby.
Just waiting on the next circle, really. And it goes over to the mainland. I mean, this isn't too dramatic, but the fact that teams have all really heavily gathered around that trifecta is going to make this pretty tricky. All of those teams on the west side are going to have a tough time. I'm interested in what Dagestan are going to be able to do from here, right? They have got kind of the bum end of the deal at this stage. They've got to fight through absolutely everybody. They've got to get through so much, and they don't really have too many avenues to go for a wide over-rotate. They could potentially go down south, but that's kind of guarded off. Nobody's playing over towards that quarry side. So there is a lot of space there, but everyone's packed in right ahead of Dagestan.
Yeah, this is slowing Team Spirit down. They keep taking little knocks here and there from across the map, but they should be able to follow 17-15 towards that central compound and know that it's a 3-man squad there. And crashing that could be a possibility. They could also pick up the compound that's on the side of Quarry. That's not a bad position. It is a little further outside the circle, but on the chance that it does move over towards Quarry, it's a really good spot to play.
Star Esports sharing this compound right now. And not really getting engaged super quickly. They are all just allowing Dagestan to make these moves, though. This is great news for Dagestan. With the blue zone putting pressure on them, they needed to make something happen. 8-8 Academy as well. They're trying to move on in, but finally, a Molotov in. The forward position, 4-star Esports catches him on the spread. Oh no, he can't get out the door. Oh, that's disaster for Minotox. It's FARVOICE Gaming do take a knock to a little bit of a misplay there. The burn comes in and gets that flush as well.
Star's playing this really slow versus FARVOICE. They just want to get stuck into the action, but Star not allowing them to get too far forward here. Just play it really carefully, cautiously. There's a lot of angles that can be played around Trifecta. What a spray down. Not sure who that's from.
That's Team Spirit.
Yeah,
That's
they
effect.
drop a molly as well. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Everything about this has just been a bit mucky. Team Spirit are really happy to take these shots. Look at the amount of oversight they have. This is Nomi's angle. Effect was the one to get the massive spray down onto Star Esports. Yeah, this is really tough. Really tough to deal with for both of these two teams. In the meantime, 88 Academy have moved all the way down to Sami. Dagestan are currently split around Ruins and have yet to make their move across the river.
Yeah, taking their time with it. Shockwave also in Cave. Or at least on the top side of Cave right now. You got Blue Team DX, 1715, and KONINA Power all battling out for this central position with S-Eagles trotting slowly behind KONINA Power.
They're so close, but nothing's happening. Luna trying to get any information. I think they know he's on this quarter, but no nades, no helmet for Luna as well. This is...
Well, default's getting back.
Pretty
Obviously a res. I mean, FARVOICE have played super slow, so the res is possible.
You can see he's like, I'm not turning around. Are you kidding? Default is to go like, okay, I'll crawl in front of you then. He needs to stick this res now. I mean, you can see the health bar is nearly done.
You had to put a little bit of pressure on there. I can understand why. He's like, he doesn't want them to be just sat still for too long, so they think that he is going for the res. So if he peeks out a little bit, he's in that sense that he is still in play.
I feels like this is what should have happened a long time ago between these two teams, right? FARVOICE, they could have put Einaus out wide a lot earlier, done exactly that just like 30 seconds before, and only had one player to deal with. But they handle it in the end. A little bit slow, kind of antithetical to what we've seen from FARVOICE Gaming so far today, but they get it done nonetheless.
He's at the top from One For All towards GETSO. A lot of shots coming through from all over the place. And a quick rundown from Avito. Don't think he was expecting that one at all.
Oh.
We'll confirm it as well with the bumper.
Crunches him, paints the rock with him. And now One For All are down to 3. GETSO getting back up as well. They're on 4. Northeast side. Have to shimmy a little bit further on. 17-15, again, in a really great compound. That trade-off for the Junction compound will be really, really huge. Potential for another team to take the northeast side of it, given that 17-15 are playing as 3. Blue TIAM with 2 players are in the compound that's up the road north of this central area. And those two generally very, very secure for a long time. It's those final circles that really make you fight for it from those areas. Team Spirit successfully clearing out a lot of the west side.
I think the difficulty with playing that central compound for 17-15 is literally they're playing with 3, right? It's a compound where you sort of need the 2-2 split going on before you coalesce into one side later on, but you need all the angles. You need to have sightlines over towards that northeast side, because it seemed like GETSO could easily just crash into that compound on the backside, and 17-15 wouldn't have any recourse other than to try and get some nades through the windows. And again, Team Spirit just looking to clear more out of this western side. They get shots over towards FARVOICE again, cut someone off on the backside, and Einaus is down.
Yeah, it's the full flush coming on through. You don't pick that back up. FARVOICE Gaming, they're going to try and cross through Painan, but Dagestan have made that position theirs. And getting across has gone well for them. Team Spirit, the south shift from boot camp. This is what we wanted on Sanhok's from Team Spirit for so long. And we're finally being delivered it. They clear out Asia Mix. They clear out teams trying to push in from the west side. Now with the next circle, we'll see if it favors them or if they're going to have to get on the bike. That's pretty good for them.
Yeah, they still have the high ground to work with as well. This is basically the perfect boot camp circle, and it's the first game where Asia Mix don't drop on top of them. So for Team Spirit, this is just a very, very good game to have both of those things come together at the same time. And on this western side of the map, you have a lot of pressure a lot of control that you can have from this area of the map. They're still looking to clear out anyone who's going for wide wraps, maybe down from that south side, like Dagestan, who are going to try and go for that right now. So smarter, they're keeping tabs on all this.
Big Baby just loading up on the meds. I think he was just about able to get the bandage off for Arabal. No? Okay. This is stage 4. I don't think you can get that res either. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. I think I saw him hop into the vehicle as well in the middle of that heal. But either way, one for all. Blue TIAM, they're fighting for this compound. And Blue TIAM are doing pretty well. But King underneath the stilts there has the DBS and will take control of it. This is a really important compound, remember. And the fact that there's a 1 versus 1 going on for it means that it's open and ripe for the taking. Should a team want to crash on in, that's potentially GETSO, maybe strangers beyond that.
King underneath. Maybe looking for the res here. Gossiar consistently keeping the pressure up. Nice swing peaks as well. And now we'll go for the res. I think Gossiar is pretty scared right now.
Ooh, that is pretty nasty. A full blind and didn't...
Oh, no.
Didn't connect fully. That is so unfortunate. It was a perfect stunner. But now King's running out into the open and 8-8 Academy have turned up. That's going to be it.
Nade comes through the window.
Oh.
I think that's death, yeah.
Okay. Scene.
A lot of teams trying to get their way down towards this compound that 17-15's in, but all getting caught up in the crossfire as they head on over. Shockwave versus KONINA Power, and they are pincer between them and Big Baby. Rundown comes through onto Badussi, and I think KONINA Power's days are numbered as Perks goes for the most insane push onto 17-15's compound.
They've got 2 players in that one. He's going for the crashes, the DPS out the window. He's spinning his team out. This is chaos for Shockwave, and they love it. Ragnar Zada, sorry, that's GG Zada, with launching those nades over towards the front. Big Baby yet to find an answering knock, but finally Ragnar Zada goes down, and Jakey as well around the tree. 2 players playing on in, but now just overlaid and Baban at the backline to try and keep it together. GG Zada down, Jakey down, Ragnar Zada was out as well, and it's a 1 versus 2 all of a sudden.
Goodness me, this all popped off very quickly. Down towards that south side, even Team Spirit taking shots over towards Big Baby, confirming some of these elims. Wandu, with a nade over the top, looking to take down Overlaid. It's a little bit too short.
Crawling back, just want to get both of their players up and standing. I mean, that's fair enough. Shockwave do have a chance to try and jump up. It will be a real tough task to do so, but anything can happen. And they've already managed to get 4 eliminations this match, so adding their tally, keeping their pace up is going to be great. But Dagestan are still in, and so are Team Spirit, both of them on 4 players.
It could be a hell of an ending here for us. The 3rd match of the day. Strangers versus GETSO. I think it is just the 1 player from Strangers who does get taken down by Not Glad. In comes Shockwave, 2 players directly onto this compound. 17-15's not done too badly at all as just the 3, but as soon as one of these outposts gets taken down, it's going to get all that much harder. Gentle, great opener for 17-15.
They are lucky that it was only 2 players rolling up to them, because that could have been the end for Gentle. But instead, it was the end for, well, Big Baby as well. Wandu is still there on the crash. Sat in the vehicle, potentially... No, they know. Okay.
Oh, dear me.
I love it. I love it so much.
Directly onto the lap in the seat of the vehicle. Tries to open the door, but the only thing he'll be opening the door to is the lobby. He heads back for the next game, ready on Erangel. Dagestan here, up not to head up north side. They got rattled by Team Spirit.
Yeah, they did take a knock, but managed to get it back up. Now they'll try and take on Eslam. Eagles have just disappeared so far today. Obviously, they dropped in this one with 3, so it's been tougher for them than before, but they're not the same team. It doesn't seem like they've got the mojo. Team Spirit, on the other hand, they've stolen the mojo. They've got it all for themselves, and right now, they're done.
Yeah, moving back over towards this west side is crazy to me. And this gives Team Spirit so much advantage on this game. They still have a compound to work with. Their issue is the pincer, right? Between GETSO and Dagestan. I think they're all returning back towards this compound so they can play versus Dagestan. They saw them earlier, and they know Dagestan's got to creep up this way. Kitsune's got a great angle on the top of this roof. Going to be looking directly down on the guys from Dagestan.
Ooh, not much you can do there, but there is an answer. Nomi does take 1 and 2, so Shifu and Magnum both going down. Yeah, this is great stuff from Team Spirit. I mean, there's very little that you can do as Dagestan, right? Shifu does not get rezzed here. Another shot from Nomi. Taking these points out as well is absolutely huge. Against Dagestan, their main rival at this stage, this is a statement. They didn't finish in those top spots early on, but this time around, they want more. GETSO, though, going to give him a run for it as Effect goes down on the front. Matic breaks out wide and evades that for now. That Molotov is going to go past the tree. Could potentially, yes, should just confirm that elimination. No, Effect is crawling away from it already.
He's heading back down. He's got a good idea of where the sight lines are. And the smoke should come through onto Effect. Oh,
okay, it's wide.
It's a bit too far. Effect will get back to Kitsune. That is incredible
Not yet.
that he made the journey. Oh, I think he might have just got rezzed.
They tagged it.
Wow.
Wow, that is kind of crazy. But GETSO have got a massive amount of this circle. Even with this res, it's going to be tough for Team Spirit to get out unless the teams or the ragtag bunch of reprobates on the eastern side. Let's go with reprobates. It's a bit mean, but I like it.
It's very mean.
It is. But they have... I think it's fair in this instance. On the eastern side, if they start to chime in towards GETSO, Team Spirit might have a better chance, but they haven't really found an opening towards GETSO. They just need to win these gunfights. It's not going to go well for Nomi, though.
Need one knock. That's basically what they need because they just need time to get across to the south side. Islam's actually taking shots. I think he might have been able to steal away that elimination. Effect just gets back behind the tree. This is a very tough fight for Team Spirit up the hill, and GETSO's done a good job here. I mean, they took their opportunity as soon as they saw them retreating down towards Dagestan. But Matic's up close and personal. It's a lot of damage in. Just stops the pre-fire when it would have done a huge amount of work.
Ooh, Effect nearly had the side swipe on it, but Matic is still there. He's still going. The DPS. Ked is low. There's one player at the back lines. Kitsune is still there as an anchor at the back as well. The Eagle comes through. So 2 players on decent HP, but Ked has his shredded. A nade up high from 88 Academy. Maybe stealing some points away here, but there's one player from GETSO. The DPS over the top, but now they've got the rest of it to worry about. The points all go into the Team Spirit coffers, though. 13 eliminations. Can 88 Academy steal it all away?
Thing is, they're on the edge of the blue right now, and it just the edge. So they have this rock to res behind. So that little bit of cover is awesome. They'll get a refresh on the nades, as well as the utility and the ammo. This is awesome for Team Spirit. What a game from them. It's been so different. Again, like I said, Matic just looks like he's having fun in these matches. He's come to play, and that is certainly what he's doing.
Team Spirit now back up to 3. They've stabilized. They are the dominant force in this lobby. Eslam finds Tornado, brings it to 3 teams alive now. Steps up, Matic down for Rodri. Do not have the trade just yet. Need to be careful, gets the flush quickly. This is dangerous now. Eslam out in the wings, Rodri goes down. Now 1 versus 2. With a good nade in the right place, this could all change, but he's only got 2 shots at it.
Yeah, they are grouping a little bit there, which is not great. And they get a tag on. So he has information. Question is where you wrap. And I think that's the right call to swing away from one another. Smart from Team Spirit. And that was the last nade. So now they just need to play this out smartly.
Just need to trade. Oh, both of those nades gone. Kitsune trying to bait the shots. Effect ready to deal the death blow. Eslam. He might be able to line it up. They don't know he's there. They haven't spotted him. Effect eats the bullet. Kitsune now has the chance. He'll not miss it. And Kitsune keeps it together for Team Spirit. And it looked a little bit scary there. But Team Spirit do manage to rack up another massive game. They are non-stop today.
Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit just looked really good. And again, like I said, that game is a boot camp type of circle with Asia Mix not dropping on top of them. They had all the time in the world to work their magic. very good game. They have come so close to chicken dinners over the last 2 matches that it's funny to think that this is their first chicken dinner of the day. But yeah, they are pumping their points so much right now that, yeah, I think that they're more than likely heading through to PMSL at this point. We've still got 3 more matches of this to go. And even if they have a horrible day tomorrow, I don't think it'll matter.
Hopefully not. 25 points. I think they've just gotten 25 points on the first 3 matches of our day, which puts them at 65 points on today, which is absolutely incredible. I mean, even across 6 matches, that's pretty good, right? But to be able to do that in the first 3, I'm excited for the rest of these games. If Matic's going to keep having fun, if they're going to keep messing people up, I am ready for it. But we have to have a break first so they can get locked and loaded for the next match. This time, I'm pretty sure it is going to be Erangel. We'll see you there. Team Spirit topping the tables in 2 matches and then following it up with a chicken dinner that they were denied twice prior. But now they are going to be sat pretty clearly at the top of the tables. In Dagestan, they went down a little bit earlier, still getting quite late into that game, but not quite going to be able to keep up the pace. This time around, it is going to be now Team Spirit, as we know and love, sat at the top.
Yeah, Team Spirit, 174 points. Crazy result from them. Dagestan 148, and the SC Eagles able to pick up a few more points on that last game after getting a second place, despite playing with 3 players, so not bad at all. But for Team Spirit, yeah, this has been a crazy day so far for them, putting up a round about 20-point average today, which is very silly. 115 Elim points. Breaking that barrier and then just ascending even further. Wild stuff for Team Spirit at the moment. Very well done to them. They seem to have found their groove in this 3rd day.
They really, really have. They started on 109, so it is a 65-point day on the first 3 matches, which is kind of insane. Almost unprecedented, really. I mean, you just don't see it. You just never see it. Asia Mix very slowly falling down and down and down those tables. They aren't having the same success that we saw from them in days gone by. GETSO, though, I think that I'm still seeing some interesting glimmers of hope from this roster, from these guys. It feels like they've got a future, maybe not in this specific tournament, right? But well, they do have the rest of these games to play, right? That sounds a bit mean, what I just said there, but it feels like these players do have a future in PUBG Mobile, right?
Yeah, there's signs of life for GETSO. That's for sure, 100%. I don't think you can take that away from them. I think they're a very good team. I think SHOCKWAVE and Strangers, you could sort of say for Strangers, they are a strong squad. For SHOCKWAVE, I think they've just had a lot of moments where they've had central positions on the map, and that's afforded them some very good games. And they have played those games well. Again, I've said it a lot of times in the past where being able to play from a central position and find success from a central position isn't as easy as you think. But they've been able to do that quite well. But I think for GETSO, on the other hand, this is a team that hasn't always had the central position. They haven't always had the greatest of rotations to make it into the circle afforded to them, yet still are in 6th place with 91 points. So I think they're one of the teams that have really fought for their position on the leaderboard, other than Dagestan and Team Spirit and S Eagles, who all look very, very good. At least Team Spirit and Dagestan. S Eagles fell off massively day 2.
Teams now starting to find their way. A split down the middle on the playing path, which will be quite interesting to see. It looks like our GETSO going to go back to military base. No, they are already out over towards Gatka. Not going to be holed up on that base no longer. The circle, though, goes up to the northwest side. So HFIYS probably not so happy that they didn't drop to North George this time around. They're going to be scrabbling around in Melter.
Yeah, I mean, for GETSO, they don't have to be down towards Sosnovka military base anymore. I think they've realized that it just wasn't working out for them. So instead of making that play up towards One for All and getting demolished there, they're opting to go for a rotation up towards Gatka, which seems to be pretty open a lot of the times, other than the guys from 17-15 who poke their heads out over towards Pachinki a little bit.
17-15 having to cool their jets, but Rolex giving the runaround for Flavius. He does not have a weapon, but he's got a teammate. Eslam with a revolver. All right. And a knife to the back from Rolex. You love to see it.
It was a long shot from Eslam as well on the revolver. Damn. No, well done.
Talented.
I don't think I've seen a shot like that from that far away before. So well played to Eslam. Crossbows here.
I love it. I love it so much. It's like those on those old school split screen shooters when you played cloak and dagger mode. You could only play like throwing knives and crossbows and stuff like that. Feels like that. It's
yeah, playing the skilled loadout essentially. Brothers in Arms, Silence trying to move over towards the rest of his team. Then they just picked themselves up a quick elim. Headed through. It's pretty packed over towards Milton with Asia Mix. TIAM DX on that side as well. Devil's still trying to hit these shots with the crossbow.
I mean, why not? And this is something we said of the Eagles today, though. It feels like they've kind of evaporated in terms of what they were able to bring to previous days, because they were blasting out of control. It seems like they knew just how to run this lobby, but teams are now a little bit wiser to their antics, and they're just not allowed to do what they once did. I think, what did they start today on? They started today on 103 points. They're now on 117 over these matches. A lot of them will have come from that second place that they just got as well.
Yeah, I think the majority came from that second place, as well as their Miramar finish, where they were able to get a fairly decent spot, honestly, on that eastern side. But yeah, they just don't have that same kind of control we saw from before. And with KONINA Power just rolling up behind them, they just had no clue as to that happening. Black has a good angle with the UMP, not the greatest of weapon from range, and I think they're kind of banking right now on, I believe it's Flavius? No, Smarty. Yeah, Smarty with the nade as they get close to displace them, potentially get some shots off onto them from these off angles.
They're just waiting for Eagles to run out. They're not going in. They know Eagles are going to be waiting around those corners. So they try and step forwards. But neither team making a move. It's just going to be waiting time. Actually, you know what? It might be FARVOICE Gaming who changed this fight, right? FARVOICE currently on a wide spread around the military island, getting all the loot they need. Coming through that west bridge, there's potential they just slam into this fight and things start to pop off.
Yeah, a lot of times FARVOICE do take the eastern bridge rotate, though. I do wonder if they'll take the western bridge rotate with this kind of circle. But I think they're very aware that One For All likes to gatekeep this, and they're not likely to have all that much information over the cross of the river in terms of what's happening here. Let's see if I9 scouts it. Maybe has a little peek if he gets shot at and then moves back to the rest of the squad. But another very northwest circle here, up towards North George, South George area, and Everest. The teams will be making some south wraps and north wraps here to get into the circle. Not likely to head through Rozhok at this point in the game.
Dagestan moving up towards Everest. There is a deceptively large amount of water in this circle out to the northwest. I'd say at least 20% of this circle is out to sea at this stage, which is going to make things tricky. And not only that, it's split down the middle by that the Georgia Pole Delta, which makes things tough. One for all. They finally have the trigger pulled on them. No crossbow kills, though. No LMs coming from the bow. Not this time around. Maybe we'll be treated to more. Into the monster truck they go. Still a remnant of the players, but in come FARVOICE Gaming as well. They did go for this West Bridge rotate blank, and they might just be able to pick up Black on the flush there.
Yeah, FARVOICE just send it through. Again, that kind of play wouldn't have worked out if One For All wasn't locked in combat with S-Eagles, but I think FARVOICE tested the waters. They were like, there's no one here, what's going on? So they just send full across with their whole squad. Now looking to encircle this position. I think they know that there's some kind of third party going on here to be taken part in. And they see that S-Eagles are locked in position. A lot of players making their approach to the circle now. Team Spirit wrapped in on the northern side of all this engagement. Tried to pick up themselves a compound that sits on the western edge of Everest. Star's already in the circle itself. They're around about South George. I do like Star, but they just haven't had that kind of power we saw from them on day one. They do take shots over towards Getso, though, and find Duchu.
It's good to keep those shots going. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to roll that down, though, unless they have the angle to flush that. But in the buildings towards the south of South George, I think in Hospital as well for Getso. Actually no, wait, they might be just going straight on in, looking for these flushes as well. Trying to cut off the rest of Getso. Team Spirit there on the south side, as the Eagles are still being corralled, caged in right now.
Yeah, they can't really get out. And Aonai's even pushes further up to him. Team Spirit find Getso. Islam takes a ton of damage.
Oh dear.
They're just trying to keep this thing on the road as best as possible. Doesn't exactly move all that fast, and the poor lad in the back is having to switch seats over and over and over again.
He's like a phantom. He's dodging the seat swapping. That's some pretty good tech, though. Yeah, you can apply that in your games at home as well. Swapping the seats to mean the spray doesn't connect. Although, to be fair, for seat swapping to be effective, it needs the enemy to be spraying effectively, accurately at the seat that you're currently sat in. So if you're not playing at a super high rank, maybe it's less effective. Devil goes down. They left him as a sacrifice. 3 players play on for Eagles.
They're able to get away with it. I mean, they haven't really got a lot of loot, though, and there's not a lot of loot in the distance for them either. So I'm not sure how much further Eagles will get into this game.
I'll have to push in on the south side as well. It's very heavily occupied territory. Everest, major feature. Dagestan in a great position on the ridgeline again. Are we going to see another fight for the summit? As we saw before, I think it was it Blue TIAM who were able to win it out last time? I think it was. Will it happen again? We'll have to wait and see, because Dagestan currently hold it.
Yeah, Dagestan got a nice split over towards that Everest. No one's really challenging them for it either. And it is very central. It is the central position inside the lobby right now. Teams look to find some spots of their own. It's a bit of a weird one because Everest does take up a large portion of this circle, yet there's only a little bit of space on it that is very playable, which is the top side. So you sort of have this donut around Everest that is playable area, but even then there's the river and Watertown. You don't want to play there, and also the delta that heads out to the sea on Georgopol. So yeah, it's an awkward one. It's a very, very awkward one.
I wonder if there's a difference between a delta and an estuary. I wonder if a delta has to be multiple different routes that the water takes, and an estuary is just like a wide opening. I'm going to have to figure that out. That's something that will be on my list to know, because I've called it a delta. And now I'm worried that I've said something very silly in the geographical world. They're going to make fun of me.
Because I've said it.
No, well, I said it before, and then you said it just then, and I was like, hang on a minute. Was I wrong?
Blank's an idiot. He's definitely wrong now. That's what you just said to me.
I didn't... look.
This is rude.
I didn't say it, okay?
That's disgraceful
I
behavior.
didn't say that. But...
Well,
I'm not going to disagree.
I see how it is. Yeah, I see how it is. I get it. South side of the map, very, very populated right now. A lot of that fielded area been taken up. Again, for S-Eagles, difficult approach for them. And less because of the rotate, but more because of the loot. You're in the fields. There isn't much loot in the fields. You can't farm yourself a weapon. You could do. It might take you a while, though. Yeah, like make a bamboo stick, sharpen it.
Get the war paint on. Go full Rambo. See what's going on.
Yeah, but they've got guns, so...
Yeah, that is true.
Wow.
That is true. It's more effective. This is nasty. It goes over to the Delta/Estuary. Over the top. I'll tell you what, I think this does happen to be an estuary, because apparently the major difference is where the sediment that's transported by the river is deposited. And given the shape of it, this is definitely more of an estuary from what I'm seeing on a cursory Googling. On the north side, though, that Georgopol estuary, as we'll have to call it now, is going to be really weird to cross. We've had a finish slap bang on that bridge, right, on the west side of Georgopol, which was wild as a finish before. It's very unlikely that it happens again here. And more likely we see ourselves in towards the crates.
Yeah, honestly, you could even head even further north up towards North Georgopol. This could really go anywhere on this next circle. We'll see what happens. A lot of people will be heading towards crates, though, as it can hold a ton of teams. The question is how many teams allow others to get in alongside them. Shifu makes the cross. A little bit dangerous, a little bit deadly, but he is able to swing himself over there. Magnum's taking shots from behind. Yeah, this is the problem with this circle. It's just going to bunch a ton of teams up. So if you are inside the crates, teams will be looking your way. They'd like to take your position later on. And with the circle only just closing now, there is time to try and pick up a knock here and there before they make their crash.
Asia Mix nearly landing the knock on towards Zero and KONINA Power, which would be great for them to gain a little bit more control on that south side. The Eagles drive by Blue TIAM, taking a knock. This is all the way south of Everest on that rotation. closer Team Spirit, and we are going to hop over to it as well. Morris is down. They want more. Islam out in the open, going for the cross, the jump across, the spray on the door frame. It's looking good. Finds another knock, and Islam once more, as Godsea, not peeking. He's going to hold back, and the heal is there. In through the window. And Islam leads the charge. There's a nade here. Islam hits the deck, and OMG goes straight on into the front. Is that a self-nade? I think it might have been around the corner, but he's going to get the point nonetheless. Islam and OMG keep going.
Yeah, Godsea takes himself out with the nade, but they'll get the flush. Team Spirit is here, though, looking to third party. This whole team's out. I mean, they're just looking for elims at this point in time. They understand this is a very tough circle to play, but there is a lot of elims available here for them to pick up. 2 or 3, and that'll just add to their tally. And they've got to start thinking about moving away now as they head towards Everest. Maybe be able to pick them off as they come through that position. They don't want to stay out in the circle for too long, as we're heading into, I believe it's stage 4 now.
Yeah, we are going to be heading in fairly soon. These shrinks are going to be pretty nasty. Are we going to stay south of the river, or are we going closer to the water? Blue TIAM trying to find one, and it's great through the window there. Trying to hit it with the DBS at range is going to work out. Islam is low. The blue zone is going to start to hurt a lot. Need to commit to the heal at this stage, but he just wants to go for the point instead. Can't even do that.
Damn, unfortunate. Nade's now pouring over the top over towards 8-8 Academy as Team Spirit attempt to take their fight with them. Pitchy's got one of his own, sends it across. Kitsune up close. Very little ammo on the AKM though.
Too much to be playing around. He's got the M4 in the back pocket, so maybe a little bit more available there. Nade over towards Rodri, 1 and 2. No, that even goes further. Perspective's a difficult thing. Tokyo launching him over to Kitsune, who is enacting the healing. That's the nade to Rodri. Gets a little bit of damage, but not much more. Nomi wants to sequester it, but finally, there's an opener towards Kitsune. They're looking for a little bit more now as well. Tokyo moves further forwards. Nades, the backline's needed. Effect and Matic holding Kitsune's life up right now. But Effect goes down, and now it's just up to Matic. Nomi's this off angle. He doesn't have an impact. In comes the blue zone. This is nasty for both of these two teams. Team Spirit looking to try and clear out their potential backfill. But they're coming a cropper for it. Nomi just about able to find the one, confirm that. Another knock to the backlines there. A drop down, and it's good. 8-8 Academy. Stay alive with 3. Can they get the res? It's going to be unlikely because this stage 4 blue zone is going to hurt.
Yeah, it's kind of impossible at this point to get this res back up and going. I mean, unless they put him in the back of the vehicle, it's done. Tough fight there, and I think 8-8 Academy, they get the essential pick off. I think you're playing from that eastern side, and Everest is always the better end of the deal because you have slight high ground to work with. As soon as you get rid of that member up front, who's the only one stopping them from getting close enough to nade the back line, it's all over. So Kitsune had a big role to play there in that engagement, and I think he just gets naded out very, very quickly. So good pickup from 8-8 Academy. Now they have to make a Raz of their own, but yeah, through open area versus a lot of teams who have sat down towards crates, that's difficult. Somehow alive still.
The circle pushes a little bit further north now, meaning teams on the north side are going to be pretty happy with this one. 17-15, they have control under that bridge that sits in the middle of the circle right now, which could be really very valuable for them. Big Baby and the buildings just beyond that, and I think that is going to be prime real estate. Although, of course, you do have the ridgeline that Shockwave are playing on, which I think as well is going to be massively impactful into these next circles.
Having a quick look at where this is lying right now. You're right, that high ground is kind of nice for Shockwave, and they have so much space on that northeast side to work with. Big Baby playing quite a central position. Strangers over towards North George, playing inside apartments. It is a bit... There's less sightlines than you'd expect over in that location. Yeah, it's more of a spot that you'll play out towards the end of the game. Gizada heading over towards that north side. Get a better angle over towards One for All potentially.
Next circle comes in, and it's hard up to the north side. This is brilliant for Shockwave. Potential for them to get their chase on as well. Interesting. They're all the way down in 12th. Okay. They've dropped off a little bit. No, wait, no, they're up in 4th. Okay, that's just on this match. Right, okay, yeah, 4th place, and actually a potential for them to jump up and gather pace towards the Eagles scoreline here. If they can pull something out the bag, very, very possible that they can jump up there and even contest up towards the 148, but I think that's very unlikely on this match alone.
Yeah, they're playing on the outside track at the moment. They have to hope this doesn't go to the compound on that southwest side. So they've got about a 50% chance in this match, which isn't the greatest, but it's not the worst either.
FARVOICE Gaming laying traps for Asia Mix. I think Luna's just giving up at this point. Trying to lay down his life to allow his teammate to get out of there and the vehicle rotate. But even that is going to be real tough going. Minotox does go down. KONINA Power pick up the explosion there. And the play zone takes down Luna.
I don't know if they got the pickup for that. That's unfortunate. But yeah, trying to just give the life for Minotox to get through. Unfortunately, does not make it all that far. And we'll follow the rest of the team. AA Academy still just slowly working their way through. King's done a lot of work versus strangers. And he's still full HP.
He's given them what for. Hopes for one through the door frame as well. Maybe stepping on the inside, opening the doors, confusing them if nothing else. There's one player across the road, and that nade has been being cooked for a very long time. That one looks pretty good on the Molotov. Maybe. Actually, it's forced Monkey to stay upstairs. There's potential he can just get in here. No, they're behind the barrier. They should be okay for now. Monkey has another couple nades. Oh, that looks good, and it blasts him away. Nice posted high. Not expecting it, and that's what you love to see.
Yeah, it's a great nade. Pretty comical ending to King's performance there as he falls backwards away from the explosion. The next circle will determine a lot of teams that try to confirm over towards crates have just got massively ruined on this match, other than 1715, who quickly took up position towards the water. Again, that's a late placing play right there for 1715 to try and get through this game for as long as possible. KONINA Power also going to suffer getting across this bridge and even just off these crags. I mean, the circle's going to push them out, that's for sure, into stage 6.
This river split is going to be strong for them for now. They really can just hold KONINA Power across 88 Academy. Actually finding some shots. That's going to take Asia Mix out of the mix. Next circle coming in soon. And this is the control that SHOCKWAVE have, right? Those two ridge lines where currently Jakey and Wagnerzard are playing on that south side. There is a massive high ground ridge that is so powerful to overlook all of the crossings over towards George. There's a similar ridge up on the north. It's a little bit less powerful in this specific position. But given this shift, there is very few ways that SHOCKWAVE can not finish top 2 here.
It's a good spot. I mean, they could finish lower than top 2 for sure. It's just a question of how they want to play this game out, because they could just play it really slow, not get too many eliminations, then come in late game. Maybe 17-15 can make that wrap, but it will be difficult. Be certainly difficult. But yeah, it's definitely a high placing game here for SHOCKWAVE. This was one of those 50% chances I was talking about where it moves further over towards that ridge side, which is the best shift for them. That is the big bit of high ground they wanted to work with.
Shots over to KONINA Power. I think that was just one of the players in the water. Big Baby. They're in a similarly strong position, but they've got so much more to worry about. All of those teams on the south would love to step foot in that compound. Crossing the river, though, seems pretty undoable at this stage. Strangers as well. They're going to be looking to push into the Big Baby compound. KONINA Power reposition. They want more angles against 17-15. And maybe even towards SHOCKWAVE.
Yeah, it's a good step up and a quick peek from Perks. 8 elims on this match. I think KONINA Power's had a much better day so far. It's felt cleaner. It's felt like they've got further into the match and are less likely just to fall over. So I do like this from KONINA Power. I'm happy to see it. They once were quite a big name over in EMEA back in the day. Kind of fallen from grace since then. Yeah, massive amount of teams all on this west side. Just the one squad over on the east in SHOCKWAVE.
I'm surprised he managed to get through there. On a sliver of HP in 17-15, they're sending out the scuba scouts there. Trying try and get things done. Potential to pick up quite a few points here for 17-15. Just finding these players as they clamber out of the water. Let's see if there's an answer for it.
Pitchy in the water. Ragnar has to step up for a little bit of air. Tornado's pretty prime on these shots at the moment. Just blasting away. Yeah, it's going to be hard to stay outside. Only 120 bullets, though, so it needs to be a little bit careful. Ragnar's in the blue. No, just outside it at the moment.
Yeah, that will push him a little bit closer, though. No gyro. Looking to pick up the points. Actually does get the flush there. Has a little bit of cover behind the rock. Potential for no gyro to make things difficult. But Ragnar's managed to usurp it as he slips back into the water, unfortunately.
Yeah, 17-15 just trying to pick up as many points as possible from this location. But pretty lukewarm when it comes to it. Ragnar actually being able to slip up the side, get the shots off, and takes down Blue TIAM DX. And 17-15 is left with one measly elimination from all that fuss.
They need to pick up more. Phantom, I think, is down and may need to get rezzed. Big Baby trading off with Stranger. There was a flush that came through over towards Stranger, so playing as 3. They do need to push forwards. If they can get these smokes in the right place, if they can get what they're looking for. It's a very early nades, but they might be perfectly timed here. He hops out and Brett is already very, very low. Another one doesn't quite catch anything. Nice and prime, but didn't really get the value they were looking for. Overlaid, though, so ready on that trigger. And it's just Brett now left standing. Baban does take a knock in the meantime. There's a back angle that's handling them, but Shockwave just have oversight. Brett rolls in, though. Pump action on 1, nearly a 180 for the second. Can't quite find it, though. And now 2 players down for Big Baby. There's potential for Alicio.
They want to hold on to this 4th player, but it does mean sacrificing the res and playing 2v1 here, which is not ideal as the shots ring out from Shockwave. With that shift, it should just be a Shockwave win at this point in time.
Oh, slipped through the car, but Arabo was waiting. And will alleviate some pressure. Big Baby will be able to get these reses. Play on as 4, but Shockwave now have fully established this hillside. The circle goes their way. How many points have they been able to accrue so far, though? That's the question.
0. None.
That's a real bad answer to that question.
Yeah, I think for Shockwave, this is typically how they play. They like to play a very strong spot. And they have got lucky with the circles. I think it would be remiss not to say that for Shockwave. I mean, this is the best circle for them that the game could have provided from the position they were playing. Like, this could not have gone more ideal for Shockwave. But they do need to pick up some more eliminations off the back of this. They should get quite a few just off Big Baby alone because they're outside the blue and have to move in. There is a little building to play just ahead that Baban has made his way over towards.
KONINA Power actually managed to get across the river. They're playing on the same side as Big Baby. Oh, I think, did Gentle just spot a leg? I think he should have done. Yeah, so, yeah, immediately pulls the pin. Puts it back in, though. Thinks better of it. But this is going low. This is unorthodox. I don't think I would have called it. And the blue zone, I think, is going to be an issue. Has he managed to just get out of the zone? I think Gentle might be really confused. Shockwave taking shots over towards 17-15, but there's an answer. Gentle's very, very scared of this, but he spots him. But as he's behind the stanchion, finally unleashes the DBS. Got some healing done in the meantime, too. Where does he go, though? Can he even get over the top of that?
He's in a real struggle spot at the moment.
He needs this pick. That's the only way.
Yeah, it is difficult. He might be able to get some points off the back of this. You know, Shockwave's taking a lot more damage than I sort of expected them to in this situation, but they are slowly putting down the opposition.
Gentle is just being locked into this fight. Odyssey slips down, but avoids the majority of that blue damage. May be able to backstab with the DBS, but can't quite get it done. Gentle goes low, but not down, and that is going to be crucial. 2 players low, and in comes the crash. Big Baby send up to the ridgeline with their backs to 17-15. Potential to light up on a side swipe, but Baban is still alive, still can heal himself. Zada peeks over the top rope, and Overlay goes down to it. A lovely pump action shot comes on through. Now into the second smoke. There's the back line to worry about as well from Lawrence, but he's already super low. Out in the open of Agnazada. It's easy for him. 17-15 now. Attention needs to turn their way from Shockwave.
Yeah, 17-15, wait a little bit too long on the rotate there. They should have been running up the hill at that point. And I think now it should be all over for Shockwave. Should get themselves a nice, easy 8-elim chicken dinner off the back of this.
Maybe a little bit more. We'll see. Baban is still in the smoke. And there it is. Agnazada with the pump action. Making light work.
I mean, they can only get 8-elims.
It's true. It's the maximum. Nade, re-knock, instant. Phantom. Nade over the top. Agnazada in danger, but the pump action's already seen the job done. And that is how you do it. For Shockwave, it wasn't massive, but they closed it down where it mattered. I think they got, as you said, 8-elims in the end there, which means that I think that might just put them over the Eagles on the scoreboard as well. With that chicken dinner, with those 10 points added, 18 points on the match, they'll be pretty happy.
Yeah, it was not a bad match at all from Shockwave. Again, it does feel like Shockwave is getting quite a few lucky circles, but they are playing them out quite well and smartly. 17-15 really didn't apply the pressure that I expected them to in that moment where you did see Big Baby crash. I think that's where you have to kind of have that mutual agreement of, right, likely we're both going to lose this game if we don't team up and try and take down the team on the high ground, and then we conclude our fight afterwards, and whichever one of us gets the first place, fair enough, but we've both lathered up at that point. So again, for 17-15, just to sit back and watch the guys from Big Baby go down, it's sort of a giving up situation where they could have got a first place off the back of that.
Yeah, maybe could have done, but not to be. Not this time around. It was Shockwave to be able to take up that mantle. I wouldn't have played it any differently. Could have been louder, but they were still certainly proud of that show. We'll see them again in Miramar coming up next. We are heading into another Miramar. This time around, we've had second helpings of Erangel. We've got a third coming up for you later, but we're going back to the desert. My name is John Allen, with me is Blank, and we are once again ready and raring to go for this dose of the PMSL EMEA qualifier.
Indeed we are. I'm excited for it. Obviously Miramar coming up next. Let's take a look at our overalls and see where people have ended up. And it is Shockwave just 1 point ahead of the S Eagles. First time in a while they've been out from that podium slot of third place, but Team Spirit 178 points. Yeah, I think that they may have qualified off of today. They've still got 2 more games to hit that 200-point mark. Dagestan 148, not a huge amount behind, but a still good result from Dagestan. They need some more games today to give themselves a strong buffer going into tomorrow, but I think they should be able to achieve that. I'm still waiting for my daily dose of Dagestan. We'll see when that comes around.
They've been sort of there, but they haven't quite tipped it over the line just yet. To put it into context as well, at the end of the day, 18 matches will have been played at 6 matches per day, 3 match days played. You would expect a team at the top to have around 180 points, right? To get that 10-point average, it should be somewhere in that ballpark. Team Spirit already have 178. They've already done most of the work for today. To put it frankly, they have done the work for today that they need to do. The question is, what more can they do to alleviate the pressure for themselves for tomorrow, to stop Dagestan from overtaking them, which isn't as important as stopping Shockwave or Eagles from overtaking them in second place as well.
Yeah, I think that for Dagestan, they're still in danger. I think right now Team Spirit's in that position of luxury where not really anyone has been able to challenge them too much. So for them, they're having a great time. Dagestan, on the other hand, they would like to get some more points at the end of the day, like I said, to give them that buffer going into tomorrow, because Shockwave keeps getting these types of circles and keeps playing out the end games very strongly. Then yeah, I could see Shockwave actually taking second place spot, because Dagestan, although have done very well, we haven't had a big Dagestan game in a while.
No, they are still defending that second place, though, so only time will tell. Is this going to be their chance to step up yet again? We'll have to wait and see. Playing path fairly kindly. A diagonal line down the middle, not really going to cause too much of an issue, I don't imagine. There's always room for improvement on that. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, no one getting too close to one another. No one getting silly just yet.
No, and I think with this playing path, it's actually kind of okay, and it's totally fine to just head on out over towards the east and west side. Most teams shouldn't be getting into too many engagements early on in the game, and they should have the pick of the litter of where they'd like to go. One for all should have a long drop, I reckon, over towards Impala, and I think it should be okay. I'm wondering if one of the players from Dagestan or S Eagles will get down fast enough to maybe take some shots at the shoots. From one for all, heavy northern shift on the circle, so Asia Mix already in a good position up in La Cobreria.
I feel like this is like the third time we've seen this, right? I think we've had at least 2 hard northern shifts on Miramar before. This time around, it will be again all the way up towards the north side, with Torre Homada still being looped in. Water treatment, those hills to the north and to the east, going to be an interesting factor in the middle of the circle. Cruz de Valle as well, potential to roll up the side and loop through there as well, if you want to get on the bikes early. S Eagles squad going to be close to Dagestan, could be in danger.
Yeah, I mean, usually these guys drop together and give themselves a wide berth, so don't typically get too involved earlier on. Devil is just peeking with a Winnie. Don't know if they'll be able to hit those shots, but we'll see. We'll see. Big Baby down towards Puerto Paraíso. They like to stay out of the way for quite a while. Rolex having a little peek, but nothing more than that. I think this is the first time in a while we've actually been able to see over towards what happens between S Eagles and Dagestan at the beginning of these games, and it just feels very cautious. I think Dagestan don't want to get in engagements with S Eagles at this stage of the game. They'd rather just have themselves looted up and then leave, head on out, and especially with a circle like this, you'd want to get up towards that north side pretty sharpish from Los Leones. You don't want to get caught out with everyone else who's going to be rotating through that east side of the map.
Don't want to get embroiled in that too early on. Picardo, nice and lonely for strangers. They don't want anyone too close by. Team Spirit. They've got Nomi poking his nose in, but not really going to do too much more than that other than gather that intel. We'll hear when they leave, most likely. That would be pretty valuable information for Team Spirit. Brett just thought he was done with that house. No, has to go back in. He forgot his keys.
Getting back in there. Bloody hell.
Have you looked on the hook? Have you checked the hook? Where the keys always are?
Because they're usually there. But not always. Annoyingly.
That's right. Sometimes they're in someone else's bag and you're like, why have you put them there? What are you doing?
A lot of teams heading up towards that north side now. You got Shockwave already in there with Hacienda del Patron. Brothers in Arms just coming outside of Power Grid now. El Pozzo's held by Star, and Asia Mix looking to go for a bit more of a wide split over on that north side, taking control of a couple of locations on the high ground. FARVOICE are close by, and they'll have to be worried about that. Maybe concerned just a little bit.
Asia Mix. All the way up on this north side, they are trying to get into these hills that I was talking about to the north and to the east of water treatment. Establishing that control. They've done so pretty effectively for now. That high ground compound, pretty powerful. I think they're going to put all four of their, at least 3 of their 4 players out into that location. Just get a lot of oversight onto the surrounding area. That interior is far too red for my liking. I feel like it needs to take a chill for a second.
It's pretty blinding.
It's all capped off with the purple rear lights. It's a statement, I guess.
Yeah, very, very eye-catching. Not typically what you'd like when you're rotating through the map and you're looking for things like that passing through.
Oh, I tell you what it is. It's red so that when you get shot, no one can tell.
Yeah, inside the vehicle.
Yeah,
I'm fine. Right. I'm not 1 HP. Do not think that.
That's right. It's like Deadpool's outfit.
Pretty slow game, actually, at the moment, here on Miramar. Team's really taking their time getting into the circle. Again, it sort of surprises me considering the amount of high ground positions that you do want to take in a circle like this. There's a lot of unplayable areas around this part of the map, and you got to consider the fact that you don't really want to be playing on the edges of the mountaintops either. So those spaces are not really ideal. The fact that quite a lot of teams are just taking their time, including One For All, and this is a continued frustration of mine for One For All, is they spend so long looting in Impala, despite having a very clear rotational path up the eastern side of Miramar itself early on. I don't know.
Interesting technique there, swapping vehicles for Zadira. Prefers the buggy. Copes with the dunes nicely. Obviously, you have that back seat to pop your head over those smokes, see with the third person perspective over the top of them as well. Using his teammates to turn as well. This is exemplary buggy usage from Zadira.
Yeah, it's making it look easy. Showing you the rundown. S-Eagles, though, close to them, but on the eastern side, just about avoids the crash. So Dagestan S-Eagles and Team Spirit all in close vicinity. Our fiery squads inside the lobby. About to set ablaze.
They're going north. They're behind Dagestan, who are in turn behind Team Spirit. Strangers, though, they got more to do. Over towards 8-8 Academy. 1-2 go down. Okay, a very fast 1-2 punch dealt out by Rodri, who is in the forward point man position. Looks for a third as well. He has single-handedly taken down the Strangers. Does finally get the needle threaded over towards him as Alicio steps back into the fight. But is it too little too late? He's the only one left going. And he's not got too much ammo left. The Mini 14 to that range? You're kidding me. Tokyo handles it. Yeah,
very nice initial pickoffs there from Pitchy. Out the double spray down to 2 guys in front. It was unreal. And then Rodri's able to just handle the rest. The Strangers, they get put to bed very instantaneously. And they'll get basically a resupply delivered to them. Ooh, Dagestan Getting cut to pieces by both Shockwave and Team Spirit.
It's the worst thing. That's exactly what they didn't want to happen, because those are the two teams that are next to them on the tables, right? You got Shockwave there. If only it was the Eagles, that would add insult to injury as well. Two teams looking to chase them, taking them out. Over towards Cruz de Valle, over on the northeast side, as we go with the circle, keeps Torre Hamada in. Those hills around water treatment now will border this circle, and teams will start to move around. It's a lot flatter out in this area on the northeast side. I mean, the hills to the northeast of Cruz de Valle are kind of the only high ground that's going to be afforded. Nobody currently holding on it just yet. Blue TIAM may be moving that way now.
Wow, this is a intense circle to be playing. Again, the central region around here in Cruz de Valle, a bit awkward to play in. Even Torre Hamada isn't the most fun of spots, so a lot of teams having to quickly get on their bikes, and Team Spirit is one of the first to make a move. They get towards Cruz de Valle, and without casualty either, so that's a good little rotate. There is S Eagles, Dagestan, as well as Blue TIAM DX in the location, and it will be go away, finding Kitsune right off the back there.
Shum taking shots, turning the teammates away, defending his prey like a lion from the hyenas, trying to come on in, steal the carcass, but it's not going to work out. He picks it up.
2 knocks across the Team Spirit. A bit of a third party there coming through from S Eagles, as Blue TIAM DX are able to keep Team Spirit at bay there. I think they just have to leave Kitsune behind. So it will be Matic and Nomi going on as 2. By no means a bad duo though. They can still make something happen. For Dagestan, 3 players, but a nice spot on that northwest edge. You know what? They might actually be able to pick him up. They are going back for him. Yeah, because Blue TIAM DX has been playing very safe here.
They are just pulling away from the fight completely. Yeah, they've managed to get a position to enact that res, and no one's contesting it. Not yet, anyway. So it could get more dangerous. The Eagles waiting in the wings on that as well. They're not going to push on over. That nade looked pretty good for Black, but doesn't quite connect. They're at the blue zone. Perks lighten up the vehicles, slowing things down. This is all the way out on the east side. There's another team close by. It's Big Baby, who are, I think, probably going to divert around this fight. And 17-15 even further behind. There are 4 teams on the southeast side in the blue zone on the east of El Azahar.
Yeah, I can't imagine these teams are going too much further into the game. They are just crashing upon the rocks here, and cuts and bruises all over the place as they try and make landfall over towards the circle in the center. But again, El Azahar is not always the easiest places to enter from. Miramar sometimes can be a difficult map to rotate through on vehicles. Yeah, same thing applies over towards that western side. A huge amount of teams all attempted to make that northwestern rotate. And have all had the same idea.
Ooh. Yeah, this Blue TIAM compound that's on the east side of the circle, very, very strong right now. I think they're setting the compound there. I'll have to double check that, but still, they were able to fend off. We saw before Team Spirit, who do still have 3 players alive, but so did Dagestan. The Eagles pushing in from the southeast behind all of it. All of those teams out in the blue, they seem to have managed to make their way fairly chilled out. They've extricated themselves from one another. They're playing at distance, but getting into this circle will be a big challenge.
Your Shockwave, who are on that western side, just playing the sloped road that heads down towards Cruz de Valle. And you still got Asian Mix just holding on to that ridge side as long as possible. There's going to be a good place for them to play. Yes, surprising that Kitsune gets back over that situation. Blue TIAM DX were just so afraid to continue the push, so being able to remain as 3 there is a big boon to Team Spirit, considering they got that central position. They wouldn't nowhere near be able to play this western side with a 2-man.
Look at this oversight from Go Away on Blue TIAM over the whole of Cruz de Valle. It's in their purview. They just need to defend this high ground position. Keep it under control. They are split. You can see off in the distance there, no gyro, just on the top left of your screen. He is across the way, so they do have a foothold and an opening to roll down into town if they need to. They need to pick up some milk or something like that. Get into town as fast as you like before it spoils.
Yeah, I mean, playing up towards Garden is really good for Blue TIAM DX. Like, it's a very, very strong plot spot. Really good control over the entirety of the map. So I think for them, they do have a solid chance this game. It's maybe why they disengaged as hard as they did in this game. Just so they could maintain this spot for a longer period of time. They have a player all the way on the other side, though, in Morris.
Yeah, no, Morrison go away, just sitting on this higher ground, and then in town you got no gyro. I'm worried about 1715 for this position, right? Currently, 1715 out to the east side. If they realize there's only 2 players there, you go for a full crash. You just push this angle, right? It feels fairly simple to do so. Asia Mix trying to roll up, so it GETSO into the middle. And Start Esports right out on the edge. It's going to handle it pretty quickly, pretty nicely. But only 2 of them alive.
Shoom trying to get these shots through over towards Ked right now, who has to quickly dip out of the way. Circle moves up over towards Dagestan. He will get their res off. They have a strong spot towards the center of the map now. This is a really good position to be playing from. And Dagestan can start to send those Dagestan daggers flying in every which way towards these teams.
Set up a blade storm, keep people at bay. Just try and rebuff anyone trying to move on in. But it is not going to be easy. The open ground around them. Asia Mix on the northwest side here. 3 players for them, 2 players defending for Start Esports, but they're backing off. They're giving ground, and actually Ked for GETSO might be ready and waiting to receive. Blue TIAM taking shots over towards Team Spirit. Again, that's another knock. It's really nice to find, and it's actually a little bit isolated from the rest of the team over in Cruz de Valle. But these nades over in this fight for Asia Mix. Launching forward, Shoom may be able to spot where Keme is playing, though. With a good cook. No, he puts it on the wrong corner. That would have been perfect on the left side.
Yeah, Shoom doing not a bad job. I think he is really keeping the team together here on Star. Has the nade shotgun. Good shots with the S12K on the entry. Drops into a 2v2 now.
It's doable. And if they invest the time on going for the res, they may be able to cut more out of this fight. But Keme is just rolling straight on in. 2 players down. Easy pickings. But the last player alive, and actually on a sliver of HP here. Ked, I mean, with a more aggressive position, may have been able to do a little bit more. Over to the Eagles. They're playing in their compound. Close by to Big Baby, who are moving in on the west edge. They're going to have to move on this next circle, though. So they want to get rolling pretty soon.
Yeah, they need to get in. It just strikes me as odd that Kitsune is playing the off angle here. The amount of times he's gone down, I mean, if he gets knocked again, it's very unlikely they'll be able to pick him up because the bleed out will come through so quickly. I think this is one of the situations where maybe they're just keeping Nomi and Matic together because they understand that these 2 are the guys with the fragging power. So being able to take shots off one another, and Kitsune is just happy to play essentially that tripwire on the northern side.
I also think there's something to be said for the fact that the west side is actually quite unlikely to be fully crashed, at least at full strength, right? Because Dagestan will just take shots out that way every single time someone steps up there. So it's a little bit less isolated. Blue TIAM aren't going to move too far in. And sure, you're right. If you get picked off, then that's good news. Big Baby being held out right now really effectively by 88 Academy on the south side, leaving only Baban a little bit further inland on this circle in their way. 4 eliminations for 88 Academy. And the slowest roll down you've ever seen.
But it gets done eventually. This is down towards the south. Shockwave will be waiting in the wings, though. And drop a Shockwave of their own.
See if they can keep the ball rolling. But the west side of Cruz de Valle, they do regroup Kitsune and Nomi, so maybe they heard you and leave Matic on, technically, I suppose, is the off angle now. Next circle coming on in just a moment. 1 tickety-boo, and it is again outside of Cruz de Valle. Pushes Blue TIAM out of position. KONINA Power already on the move. They're crashing down to Blue TIAM, potentially going aggressive here. But who's going to move in towards Dagestan's compound first?
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to assault them because it's, again, over quite open area where a lot of angles can be had towards it. KONINA Power looking to pull Blue TIAM DX out of this position because Team Spirit get a lucky break here where it's a lot of teams having to push into them. Gyro steps out. Great push into the immediate peak on the shotgun.
No gyro.
Put the fear into KONINA Power.
He's low on ammo though, and wants to get this res, get Go Away back into the mix. Oh no, he's not gonna waste his time with that. He says, "I don't need teammates. I'm just going out fragging. Let's see what you got." Perks keeping suppression on the downside, and Zero is getting res this entire time. Now he needs to commit upstairs for the res. I mean, the advantage of getting a knock against a 3-person team is that you put it into a 1 versus 1 essentially with the other player committed to a res. So you do have a chance, which is I think what he was going for there. But pulling back, going for this res now, they need to reposition and try and keep it up, but it's going to be pretty tricky to do so. The heal comes through, and Go Away is now in the fight fully.
Yeah, Blue TIAM DX have not done too badly here. Go Away takes a nasty nade, though. Back down to very low HP. We'll have to heal again. Nade on the window. Go Away looks to send in one of his own. But KONINA Power have already backed off here. Really playing with Blue TIAM DX. I'm not really sure what KONINA Power's next move is. It's a decent nade. Or smoke, in fact, been dropped through to deny the sightlines as KONINA Power attempts to make their move over towards the north side.
Zero.
Damn.
Gets lit up by Go Away. KONINA Power turned away at the door. 17-15, by the way, made a fast rotate when this circle popped over the north side of Cruz del Valle. No one was looking their way. KONINA Power were busy. And 17-15 put themselves on the northeast side. This is a chance to prove that they've got more than one string to their bow. And I'm liking it.
Ooh. Right, there we go.
Stabilized.
17-15, don't peek this. Just allow them to get past up until the very last moment, in which case they're going to try and go for the drive-by. That is, yeah, that's bold. And I didn't think it would work out, and it does not. Blue TIAM DX have to send off in the distance, and Go Away goes down. I think it was pretty likely there was going to be a team here, and now KONINA Power need to deal with them next.
Rich line for Gentle keeps them nice and safe from Cruz del Valle, from all of these teams looking to leave. Notably, Team Spirit are in this next zone, which allows them a little bit more leeway. KONINA Power being forced to do something about it. FARVOICE Gaming. Both of these teams on the north side of Team Spirit. Not really going to be able to third party it, though.
It's been a pretty quiet game, honestly, thus far, other than this with FARVOICE. Try and take that fight with KONINA Power. Very slow engagements. Good shots from Team Spirit. We'll take down the last player from FARVOICE Gaming. We're down to 9 teams. Still quite a lot for this stage of the game. Again, a lot of teams just putting so much stock in their positioning. They don't want to give away themselves too early. They'd rather hold on to as many players as possible, understanding that there's just too many spots where they can be seen from. Seems to be a reoccurring trend in these circles we've had today.
Kitsune wary of KONINA Power on the north side. Perks is low, but as well. Sharing their meds. They're going to have to hop out this window. That's kind of the only way out. And Kitsune is so ready for it. He hops out, he spots it. The nade is pulled. He's cooking. Actually, they're baiting the nade out, and they've gone completely to the other side of the building. They did have a way through. They need to drop the smokes here. Kitsune is lighting it up. It's actually the play zone.
Steering?
It's the play zone that takes Perks down. And that's a shot from across the way. Okay, that was...
yeah.
So weird.
Thought a little hard about that one. Now, S Eagles is next on the menu for Team Spirit. They find Devil as he moves out, and with the blue pushing them in, that gives time for Team Spirit potentially to get this engagement over towards S Eagles here. Nomi finds another. I think that is actually the majority of them out. Yeah, very nice shots coming through from Nomi.
Time eliminations found. 17-15. They're doing well to move across this, though. They are getting abreast of the situation nice and quickly. Matic might not be able to get some retribution here because it's only him and Nomi. Gentle with this widespread. 17-15 have been slowly crawling their way over this terrain under the watchful gaze of Dagestan to their west, but They've allowed themselves into these ridges. You can see those ridges protecting a lot of this ground, and they've stopped everybody from leaving. I like this 17-15 position, but if Matic's just going to go straight on in, if Nomi as well is going to cause havoc on the northern flank, it's going to be much trickier to make this work. Gentle on the ridge with the challenge to Matic and works it out.
Yeah, it's very smart play there from Gentle. Just slowed it all down. Nomi's looking for another nade to confirm some more damage over towards 17-15. Does get the flush, and that'll be a few extra elim points for Team Spirit before they go down in 7th with 7 elims. So not bad, but yeah, I can see what 17-15 were doing. It was just they were a little bit unaware of the sightlines around them. And it was good to clear out their backside, but I do think that maybe could have waited a bit longer for Team Spirit to have to push into them. Dagestan takes some shots of their own. Will once again need to get this res off, and they're one of the few teams that has safety in a building at this stage of the game.
Brothers in Arms on the northern side. One of 2 teams with 4 players alive. Shockwave on the south side, counterposing them on the opposite side of the circle. At the moment, just Rodri for 88 Academy, close to the East 2-2 split of Shockwave. They're putting 3 players over there. Not going to give that one any chances. Dagestan, they're fighting on with 3. That is a nasty noise from the P90. There's Keme. Opens up towards Brothers in Arms.
MG9 in play as well. MG3, sorry. Crazy. And Keme looking to hopefully single-handedly take down Brothers in Arms. That nade looks fairly good, though. And they will take it down. I'll have that P90, thank you very much.
Maybe not, though, because HFIYS are looking to get some retribution for it over the top. Low HP already onto Retro, though. Carry Boy up close and personal with Silence. And there's a DBS shot for 1. Immediately taking the first. Looks for a second on a 2-2 spray, but can't quite connect. There's a nade onto the backlines, and HFIYS fall away. Brothers in Arms, though, they are flagging. They've only got 1 player left to res. It's Dagestan who are chiming in.
Yeah, I mean, they heard that, and they've been taking shots from that way for quite a while, too. So, immediately get some shots over. Shockwave, again, in towards the top 5 from their position over towards the southwest, just keeping things very calm and laid back. Magnazada, actually, what the only team with 4 players. Maybe another win here for Shockwave.
Certainly a potential to do so. Look at the ridges in front of them. There's a lot of ways that they can make their way in, get some progress into this circle, control Dagestan. That is the big part of this next circle, because the ridges allow them to do that, sure, but they also allow Dagestan to get closer to them on these hillsides. It is a tricky final plateau terrain to be playing around. It seems like everybody's aware of that. Shockwave taking shots again over towards Brothers Arms.
Shockwave, Wagnazada, moving around the side. Maybe going for a 2-2 split here, and you can kind of understand why. Or is it a 3-1? I think it might be a 3-1 here.
They're changing it up all the time. They just swing around, get this high ground that sits over them. The difficulty here is you can't really peek super boldly down towards Brothers Arms because of Dagestan, right? They are backstopping that peak, and you can see they will be in the distance. They'll take shots if you get too bold over this ridgeline, but the nades can arc. They can just bobble down the hill and Shockwave pick up the points. And that's exactly what I was talking about. Magnazada goes straight on over and actually manages to descend to the next trench. Shifu not quite able to connect there. Looks for another. Not again. Not going to find it.
Zadira is on a real hard off angle here, and with him going down, I think it spells sort of defeat now for Dagestan, but still a good game for Dagestan, up to 6 elims. It depends if they give time over towards Dagestan to pick this one up, but that was a massive pick off from Magnum, which might just give them that small window of opportunity to get the res off onto Zadira.
This is the worst case scenario of teams to be facing in the final circle for Shockwave as well. They're in 3rd place right now. They're trying to chase Dagestan. But the fact is that Dagestan have already put some more legroom between them by being up in this 2nd place. It is unfortunate because Shockwave now have had 2 strong games despite, well, in any case, no matter what happens here, they've had a good game. But the question is, can they have a great game on this close?
Yeah, both games evened up on elims on the game. Jakey's got 4 nades to work with, which is fantastic at this stage. Just sees him at the last moment. Magnum hits the deck. Should be another nade coming over the top. It's too far.
Didn't realize the close snake crawl down on the belly. Zadira gets up. They're playing as 3 for Dagestan now again.
Yeah, they picked him up because Magnum was applying so much pressure during that fight, and Shockwave weren't really too sure how to handle it. Now, Magnum's only got the 1 nade in hand, so it has to be an efficient one. But that is a very easily nadeable position for Jakey. It's the question if Magnum can actually hit that one out.
Oh, this could be brutal. Here's the vehicle. Doesn't connect onto Shifu. It looked like it was right on top of him, but there was a little bit of cover. I think the back seat helping out there, but Magnum's up close and personal. Arms reach, though. And Jakey takes a swing. Lands it on the jaw. Spins it around. Dagestan losing another. Nade over towards Jakey. Shifu disappears behind the ridgeline. Zadira still up on that high ground off angle. Looks for some shots, and actually GG Zada does go down. Zadira still doing bits over on the other side here, but has to go out to the open. Some terrain cover found.
Yeah, GG Zada, I don't know, he died to fall damage. I'm not entirely sure how that happens in the situation. Again, for Jake, he had that 1 nade, and I'm personally, I thought it was a fairly easy position to pick off from that, where he just pulls the pin, sends it over the top, gets an airburst. It would have done the deed. Next nade goes through. They are close.
They know what's up. 1 versus 3 for Zadira. Has he got it in the back? I don't think he does, because Vagnazar's already bearing down on him with the P90. His tear is straight through him. And Shockwave put a back-to-back chicken dinner up on the board. They just about leapfrogged their previous elimination count. I think they were able to get 19 points on that one with 9 eliminations, so they've stepped up by 1. Unfortunately, it was Dagestan, their main opponents on the overall tables, who were in that 2nd place.
So got themselves some more points on the board there, which was very nice to see. Again, a weird game ending there from Dagestan. I felt like they were given that sweet spot of time where Zadira was able to get back up again, and they had a couple of knocks go the way of Shockwave. Jakey made a really good approach and then did nothing with it, and I think it was so obvious he was playing behind that rock, yet didn't want to pull the pin on the grenade, and I think you just have to in that situation. So 19 points there for Shockwave, a good game for them. Dagestan with 12 and 8 Academy pick up 11. Kind of a very even split of points towards the first 7 teams here, with Team Spirit being able to get 7 elims as well as 1 placement point, taking them up to 8.
Yeah, grabbing a couple of points here and there is always important. I mean, just keeping that pace up, even on the not so great games, is always going to be really nice and valuable. But it is interesting to see Shockwave make this bid towards the top of the tables. If they can close the day within a 15-point gap of 2nd place, I mean, it's very doable for them to be able to jump up in those games tomorrow as well. So they've got 1 more match to try and continue to hound down Dagestan. Can they be fended off? Because it looks like Team Spirit are clearing away. We'll be catching up with them, I'm sure, in PMSL at this stage. We'll have to wait and see if Dagestan can be caught as well by Shockwave. 1 more match to play. See you in a few. Let's remix it up into the last match. We've got Erangel underway very shortly. My name is John Allen. With me is Blanca. We are going to be spinning the decks here for you at the PMSL EMEA Qualifier as we head into our last match of day 3, where it seems like Team Spirit indomitable at the top of these tables right now, but the chase is on for Shockwave towards Dagestan. Let's take a look at the overall scores as they sit.
Yeah, they're catching up a little bit. 142 to 160. Ooh, one game behind now. Just the one game. It's getting a little bit freaky for Dagestan as they want to keep pumping those points. For Team Spirit, now Dagestan's just 26 points behind them. It was a very different leaderboard at the start of the day as Team Spirit slowed things down. That's fair enough. I think they really pumped out a lot of that energy towards the beginning of the day there and now have completely made things a little bit easier to grasp for maybe some of these teams underneath them. But I do think that they've got such a big buffer right now that likely they should stay at least in the top 2.
The big thing for me is that 126 elim points, right? That is a massive lead over next highest Dagestan, and then there's a big drop off below that even, right? So the fact that these guys have been tearing straight on through, that shows you where most of those have been coming from today. And I'll tell you, 66 of those elimination points came from today alone, right? So they put half of their elims up in one single day, and we've still got one game left to play, which is pretty crazy. It's definitely a change of tune for their game style.
Yeah, definitely. I think that the more aggressive playstyle they're showing us in these games is very nice to see. For Shockwave, a bit more of a passive playstyle, so it's nice to see like the kind of dichotomy between the playstyles from some of these squads where it's more passive. They focus much more on positioning than anything else, and then they manage to get themselves some wins off the back of that, which is really, really good. And I think that they have been controlling some of these circles today extremely well, just in terms of some of their splits they've been pulling out, which we haven't seen a whole ton of in this qualifier from a lot of teams. Shockwave's been able to pull that off quite well. They do have some veterans on the team, Wagnerzada and Woodson being 2 of them. So yeah, I'm happy to see it come through for that squad so far, because I do think they're another team that people have had their eyes on.
It's all left on the table to prove. The playing path, I think this is probably the kindest playing path we've seen so far. Goes and gives everybody ample opportunity to get down to where they want to go. Even the military-based teams, you can split drop along the roads on the north side and the military base itself. Grab some vehicles, head to Nova if you're FARVOICE gaming. Although I do wonder if we're going to see, again, another team on military base, but I think that ship has sailed. Gatka seems to be a better home for GETSO. See if they can maintain it for the time being. Interesting. The Eagles did not drop out by Primorsk.
Yeah,
where they're going to go.
Maybe going a little bit further this time around. Maybe they're just caught in all of the mess of teams that are all leaving the plane at this point already. We just haven't seen them. But it looks like you are right. They are not dropping out early over towards Primorsk, dropping out a little bit later. They're actually trying to challenge out some of these other teams that are dropping in.
Who are they going for? That's the question. Are they intentionally trying to hot drop here? Maybe they're just going for Dagestan?
Maybe.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. We very, very rarely see this sort of play, but I think in this specific format, it does make sense to go for these aggressive hot drops onto second place team to try and catch up, right, at this stage. Hardware shifts, and maybe they should have gone to Primorsk for a better game, but let's see if it plays out for them on the Eagles squad.
They are very much in the midst of everything. I mean, taking those compounds over towards the southeast side of Rozhok is difficult. But still, I'll see if they can get much done from this. KONINA power up towards that northeast side, Kameshki, very much out of the way. They don't really care about too many of these fights early on. They want to just get into the late game at this point.
Yeah, just getting on the road as fast as possible. South George going to be pretty good for Star Esports. GETSO on that northwest set of buildings, that compound to the south of Everest and to the west of Gatka, right in the middle of the circle as well. The Eagles going to take apartments and school on a split drop here, so going to be really heavily looted. Very close to Dagestan as well.
Yeah, Dagestan do like to take up this spot later on. This is where they like to get looted later in the game. So for the fact that S Eagles is here, it takes a big portion of that loot out of commission, which is certainly an interesting play for S Eagles to go for. Does sort of ruin the game plan for Dagestan a little bit, but they're immediately leaving, heading up into Rozhok. I don't think AA Academy's been challenged up here too often.
They're really trying to just change things about in the middle of this map, but I mean, fair enough, why not? It's not been working for you today. Try something new. Last match of the day, just get it out your system. The rundown, the road wars going through for Big Baby and for Asia Mix. It's actually Asia Mix who eat the most lead on that fight, and they're not going to be happy about it. Overlaid, torn out the vehicle. They're just leaving teammates in the dust as they go. No witnesses.
Dagestan up against S Eagles, and it's going backwards and forwards on that side, but feels like it's a little bit more in the favor of S Eagles right now, where both their players have not been flushed. for S Eagles, and Obli and Zadira just have to leave. So yeah, Dagestan getting taken out the way, potentially. S Eagles looking to make way for Shockwave.
Nice. That vehicle was making a lot of noise and not going very fast at all. It's doing it again. Come on. He's redlining and he's going at 20. Oh goodness me. It's
has no wheels.
Gonna be just taking it nice and slow. There's a player upstairs. He's not in a rush though. That's not going anywhere. Retro's just a point for him. Oh, there he is. Bang. Dirt is gone.
Dirt is gone. Big Baby on our screens after their weird little engagement with Asia Mix. They're able to pick up two eliminations. And now the no-wheeled vehicle is off again, which sounds horrific in my ears.
This is so bad. I hate this. Oh, wow. They managed to get up to 80. Whoa. That's great. Wait, only 2 players can get in that one, though.
I'll have to leave some players behind. I'll probably go find another vehicle and head on from there, or at least just siphon off one vehicle. Try to look for another in the banged-up car.
I do like it, though. It'd be a bit of a statement to just roll into this final circle, just on the rims. Just grinding out. Hitting them with the no-rubber spin. You love to see it. Not very effective, though. Probably be completely silly.
Extremely. GETSO spots out Team Spirit as they make their way through to Gatka. This is where Blue Team DX is actually playing on the south side. Ooh, Dagestan is suffering at the moment to GETSO.
There's a launch and a half from Dagestan. They're like, I'm getting gone here.
They rolled.
Oh, no, but they have righted. Okay, they are on the road again, but they've lost speed. That allows GETSO to close the distance and Duchu to land some shots, potentially. They've been in a fight for a while. Again, up into the air. One falls out mid-arc, and there is a second to bite the dust as well. So, good news for Shockwave. Good news for Eagles as well, if they want to try and catch up. As that is Dagestan out. Second place locks in at 160 points for the end of the day.
Indeed. Dagestan, unfortunately, at 160. I have just knocked my whole mic off the setup right now.
Okay.
So you know what we'll do? We'll let me just lift the whole thing up.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think you,
yeah,
just get, and have you got the,
I'm just gonna hold it. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold it.
Proper.
Yeah.
Proper
yeah,
vibe.
So
It's like
this is what we call an unideal situation.
This is poor time. Do you want to give it a minute and I'll take the reins for a second, or do you want to try and fix it up, or are you happy? Like an old school football commentator.
I feel like a reporter, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to take over?
Yeah.
I'm going to sort this out.
You fix your mic, because at the moment Blue TIAM are tearing GETSO a new one. Out in the fields of Gatka. GETSO, they took down the last half of Dagestan, and now looks like they're going to give as good, or get as good as they give, I suppose, is the way round it goes. 2 players rolling on in, but a buggy through and running them straight on out. Goodness me, what a way to go. GETSO, not too happy about it, but that's a pretty cool clip to have that one in the back pocket for Blue TIAM DX. 2 teams now out very early. And actually, Asia Mix also losing 2 players going on in. Team Spirit, they're taking shots out this way from the south side as they've moved into the south edge of these Gatka fields. Shockwave rolling on in, maybe contesting with Star Esports out on the west, but diverted. Already a knock sent out towards GG Zada. Jakey wants the res, but the cross is covered. It's a difficult approach to try and get back to that. This area under control by Star Esports, and they are repositioning specifically to handle this Shockwave aggression. Team Spirit not yet in for a third party, but definitely in their wheelhouse, and there's that reposition coming on through. Moving up to the high ground ridge, and again, that should be resable. Wandu, very much not so in this situation. Default moves in to just bolster this position with the oversight over towards Shockwave. and they will have a good time of it. Circle pops, and we're going back up towards Georgopol. Everest, who's going to take the top of this? Because 17-15, a little bit slow. Not really the sort of team that you would expect to maybe hold the top of it. And I have word that Blank may have reattached his microphone to the stand.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm back. A bit more nightmarish than I expected that to be, but there you go. We're back in the game. Back in the groove. A little bit of DIY situation going on as Star comes on in to fix this themselves. They take down Shockwave, which is a big team to be taken out, actually. Massive team to be taken out. It does save Dagestan's life in terms of the tables, but might also give an opportunity for S Eagles to catch up.
Yeah, to catch up towards them. You're right. I didn't even clock that it was Shockwave under fire. Star really handled them though. That was it was really nicely done. They repositioned over towards that high ground to keep control over it. They did take a knock, but it was super resable given that the position they held, and I was loving watching that. Team Spirit quick up towards the hospital area, towards South George. At the moment, top of Everest is now under control by 88 Academy.
Yeah, 17-15 got backed off it.
Whoa,
Damn.
flying perks. And a tumble.
Damn. He went so far and has landed the barrel roll.
Excellent.
That guy is the
form.
fastest dude in the lobby.
Get him to Paris. He needs to be in the Olympics with jumping like that. That is excellent stuff.
Yeah, that was crazy. That's going on a highlight reel somewhere in terms of best vehicle jumps we've seen in the game.
It's got to be. It's got to be. I did like the one... Oh, hang on a minute. Perks. Can't manage to get it done. I mean, it was a free roll-up, it felt like. I thought Perks had that in the bag, but no. Strangers have other ideas. KONINA power down to 3. I was going to say, I did like the crossover, the jump over the teammates car that we saw from Eagles in the Miramar just last match. It was pretty cool. You know, the pickup going underneath and then the sports car launching just over the roof. It looked pretty cool. Wasn't under pressure, though.
No, it wasn't under pressure. It was kind of cool, though. I'll agree with that. Did look kind of good. Yeah, Blue TM DX in the distance is S Eagles here, who've gone for a bit of a different game. And did ruin the day of Dagestan. That hasn't really had too much impact considering Shockwave went down as well. Quite a gentlemanly approach for that team. In fact, look, it's all gone wrong for you, but it doesn't feel like a fair fight. So we too will also have a very bad time over on our side of the map. And suffer.
That is fair. Absolutely. Up north, so Everest not going to be as big of a feature. The team spirit split right now is going to be quite difficult to hold. I feel like a lot of teams go in that deathball-y style in this lobby, right? So having that outpost, yeah, Kitsune reads into that. They regroup up to, I think that's the ridgeline to the east of Hospital that they're playing along. With Star up in South George, they should have an angle over towards a lot of those buildings. But it's kind of tricky to play here because you could be vulnerable to both the west and the east sides of this ridge. So I'll have to see if Team Spirit can hold it. If there's a team that can, though, it's them. We'll see if they're up to it. Ape to it? Up to it. There we go.
Damn. It's guerrillaing their way through, which is seems what they're doing.
Swinger from the trees.
Star battering them on that north side. This does feel like it's going to be either one of these southern weird compounds or maybe a South George finish over towards apartments.
We have had quite a lot of large cities in these later circles so far. It's been interesting to see. That estuary, the mouth of the river over in Georgopol, is still cutting a large amount out of this circle. Will force teams to try and get across. Strangers trying their luck to push in on the north edge against Star, but it's going to be difficult. However, they have managed to isolate a fight a little bit here. Semitana has got his work cut out for him. Teammates at the back stopping them from moving around the edges, and actually, I think pinged out that Monkey was on this corner. Default moving into position to cover that cross. You can see Poker in the back lines there is stopping Monkey from crossing right now. They could potentially drop a smoke, but the nade looks good. Doesn't quite catch fully. That Molotov, drops short. Not sure where that went. He might have just jumped straight into it, though.
tree. Gets a nice nade over towards Shoom there. Just blasting the pellets into the smoke. And create a bit of space. Samatana heads out to the outside. Another Molotov goes through. So it's going to be pretty hot over here.
Steps in. Gets up on the top floor again. Shoom yet to get rezzed, but is possible. Drops out from the high ground. Okay, they want to get away from this entirely. Monkey nade over towards default, but there's an answer as well. Almost immediately. He hops in, but not fast enough. 2 players on the inside. Semitana is down, and there's the bleed out onto Shoom. That was a Molotov over towards Shoom to be able to pick it up. There's the spray down that picks up the flush. And now 2 players on the inside versus 2 players on the outside. Teams in the meantime moving on up. You can see that strip between Everest and South George now heavily occupied.
Yeah, very much so. A lot of teams already in position to take control of the later half of the game. SC Eagles battling off against the boys on AA Academy, but AA Academy has seen this go through quite a few times. Rolex with an aggressive roll-up in the buggy and immediately taps away at AA Academy's Ragnar.
Devil is down already. The circle shifts down south, so they're going to have to leave this soon. Devil, though, is down in a place that they can go back to, whereas 88 Academy getting pushed off this angle. A lovely nade from Rolex. Know exactly where he was. Tokyo steps up with 1 for the DBS. Needs a second as well. A third, maybe. Looks for the last shot. 1 more will do it, but Rolex just about saves it. That was so close. Both teams having a chance, and just at the end, it's Rolex to squeak it back into control. 20 seconds. They're looking for these reses now. The blue zone's going to close then. And Devil is a little bit away. Zone 4, can't res inside of it, need to be fast.
Man, the fact that he took 2 tags after taking 70% from the DBS and doesn't go down is sort of incredible. So just must have been right on the edge of the hitbox. That's unfortunate to see. Zin sending nades through the door. Good close on it though. And it's Team Spirit to actually try and get themselves involved in this one. Kitsune sends across. What? Okay, flies in.
And goes out. That's Go Away left last standing. I think Kitsune is the only player from Team Spirit to actually flex out to this angle. That's a huge nade. Oh, okay. He's able to get the shot straight in through the window. Now in the back lines, it's Go Away there. And he's launching a long nade there. Takes down Morris. Has he got more? He knows where they're going to be, right? Because you're crawling back towards your team. But they're beyond the wall. Has he got the arm on him? Goes high, goes long. And there's the re-knock. Kitsune. What a warrior with these nades. Launching it high. Leaves 1 more. And he says, you know what? I've done my job. See you guys later. The zone's going to take care of the rest. No, okay. I'll take it back. He's into the vehicle. He wants more.
I mean, he has the easy side swipe, right? He has to go for the res now because otherwise the blue's going to take him down. So he tries to put him in the vehicle. Good spray comes through. Go Away unloads an entire clip. Oh, he's just dancing around him.
They can't get out of this for Blue TIAM. They've actually called Matic in to confirm this, just to make sure. He's got nades as well. Nades for days on Team Spirit.
I don't think they need to confirm this now, though. I think what Team Spirit need to be more worried about is the fact that there's going to be players coming through.
Oh, my God.
I thought that was going to be the one. You've got to be worried about the players up on Everest.
That connected, I think. That nade.
Yeah, the fact that they keep getting some connections keeps baiting them back in for a little bit more.
Ooh. Okay. The descent from Everest comes through from the Eagles, and that could be something tricky that they've got to handle.
Blue is closing really slowly.
He's low on ammo as well. Eagles are coming in.
And now
this is dangerous.
Eagles come in. Yeah, it's because they were very slow, and Kitsu's going to get popped out. I mean, absolutely, that's a mistake from Team Spirit, and all for trying to confirm onto 1 elim. Fairly unnecessary.
Didn't need to do it. I hear the fighting. But the
Is he going to get away as well?
No, I don't think so. Surely not. Go Away. Trying to get away right now, and Devil trying to spin him out. It's not going to work. Matic, though, is close by to the forward position, and there it is. Finally, is found. Actually, from One for All out on the western edge.
Yeah, again, Team Spirit had such an incredible spot to play in, and they have sort of tossed that away from Hospital just for 1 elim.
Yeah.
Not entirely worth it, but it's whatever. This is what happens.
It is whatever. See what they can do. Big baby, rather, in the foothills of Everest in a divot. No one up top on the high ground now, though, to play spoiler. The ridge to the east of Hospital is a major, major feature. Hospital itself is currently held by Team Spirit, with those 3 players, not 4, because of that earlier mistake. It looks like they're more concerned about holding out to the west. 17-15, I think, are onto a banger of a game if they play less like themselves.
Yeah, but you know they're going to just hold this compound forever. I mean, he could have absolutely held the spray on that.
But then he would be in slight danger, and that is unacceptable.
Yeah, 17-15, a very, very safe team, put it that way, for them.
Bubble wrap.
They're heading
boys.
into stage 5 now, so getting to close the game. We're further than halfway through. One for All starts to make their approach from that western side, as does Asia Mix.
Baban scouting out on the south towards Kaya from KONINA Power and the Eagles. One for All sending 3 players, actually, to try and backfill on the Eagles here. One of them's down. These nades should do the rest. I'm not too sure what the plan is here for One for All. I mean, maybe they find a better opening, but Smarty's down. These nades are going to continue to put pressure in.
Pretty bad nades, though, unfortunately.
OMG does get knocked in response, so they have got some time. And now Flavius comes in. Black is still waiting in the wings, by the way, and that's a unsuccessful push, I think it's fair to say. And a second unsuccess for King.
Yeah, some shots coming through from Team Spirit, including KONINA Power as well, taking shots over this way. So S Eagles take a heavy hit, but no confirms on S Eagles. So again, they get themselves back up to 4.
And Black's down. That is One for All out. Team Spirit pick up that last point. Eagles are on 9 eliminations now. They are wanting to get back in amongst the big boys. They sit 36 points behind Dagestan right now. So if they can put a big match up here, then they are definitely still in that conversation. And Team Spirit does have to worry at that stage.
A little bit. And I think but Team Spirit, you know, they're into a top 7. They have a strong position. Likely they'll get a top 3 off the back of this match. So if they can do that again, they're putting that buffer between themselves, which is the main thing.
Effect. Resupplying on that crate there. Once they've cleared out Asia Mix, they can actually play fully up to this ridge. With the circle closing down to the south, that keeps the Eagles compound in, which is going to be really, really valuable for them. If they can get rid of Big Baby in this little ditch, get rid of Kaya as well for KONINA Power, the Eagles can start to flex out, put an off angle in play, give themselves a route out should the circle close off them.
Yeah, first Eagles right on the edge. They're lucky their buildings stay in. Not many teams will be looking their way, though. I mean, Team Spirit knows their location, as does KONINA Power, but KONINA Power is in no situation right now with their one player to actually get anything done over towards that side of the map.
Team Spirit nades over towards Asia Mix. Matic nearly going down, but crucially hits the deck before that happens. Has got 4 first aids, so should be nice and healthy for it. Asia Mix slowed. They've taken 777s out. Not lucky this time around. K-Mate last to stand. Big Baby in the way for Team Spirit, and now they're starting to establish on the high ground, right? This is where they can start to leverage it, but they've got to be careful for the time being. Still have Asia Mix to worry about. And Monkey, the outpost for strangers. Giving them jip, but actually trading off with Kame more.
Monkey thrown in the nade, does a little bit of chip damage over towards Keme, and he's in such a bad situation now. Very bad position for himself as the next circle starts to close in. Strangers likely will also be the next to fall as Tree goes down to the play zone. We should just be down to our top 4 with Team Spirit, Big Baby, S Eagles will 17-15. KONINA Power just being that little bit of a throwaway team. Hiding away in the shack.
Ooh, Keme peeks out nice onto Nomi. Effect, not there for the refrag. Potentially preoccupied. Is that another supply drop just in front of Team Spirit? I think it might be. Gives them a potential crash point down the hill. Rez is coming through, but Strangers maybe looking to move up. Obviously, that high ground position completely nullified for just a moment, and Monkey makes brilliant timing on it. Crashes all the way down and in. And he's dead.
Yeah, it's not likely it was going to last for too much longer there. Nomi looking towards Kame. Sends the nades in. Worried about peeking him. I think he's one of the few players as Kame during this tournament has actually been able to challenge Nomi in a 1v1 trade. Nomi doesn't usually lose those 1v1s.
In fact, has his chance at the 1v1 as he steps out of the smoke. Not going to go full for it. And Kemi goes down to Nomi on the rollout with the buggy. The nades going back and forth between the Eagles and Big Baby now. They managed to get rid of Kaya, and this is that off angle, that position that I was looking for them to launch towards, which was denied to them by KONINA Power. Over the top, overlaid. Okay, this hilltop is going to be important. Eslam in the dirt, but can't quite get the nade away in time. We'll trade 1 for 1. Knock back over towards Lawrence as well. Devil's still a backstop there, and here's a worry for cresting this ridgeline. 2 players in action, and the vehicle blasted out the way. Has to scarper for it. Rolex on the hunt. He clips his ankles, and that's Big Baby done for.
Out. And with that, S-Eagles also get themselves the circle, which is fantastic. With 17-15 making this wrap on the western side, which feels odd to me more than anything. Nomi has to be the first to face here. A lot of damage going across from Effect, though.
Ooh, okay, Matic has to hit the floor as well. Banner is low, but not quite down just yet. Effect moves forward to the P90, swaps to the M4. The ammo in reserve. Nomi downhill, not out of it either. Gets the heal off. Tornado and Gentle under pressure. The DBS, he does not miss. Nomi now with the last to do. Gentle is in, and that is beautiful stuff from Nomi to keep Team Spirit in it. They're defending the top 2 from the Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Spirit there, that fight is basically won off the back of Effect. That was an incredible comeback on them. Instant roll-up from S-Eagles towards Team Spirit onto the hillside.
They know the timing.
Now Nomi's just going to play up front.
He's going to go straight for it.
He tried to create an opening for him, and then it's GG right there and then. S-Eagles clean up nice and soundly.
They were able to take it down in the end. They played from the southeast side, pushed in, a lot of control. No team seemed to be able to take them on in those scraps. Really nice stuff. It's so weird. This team, out of nowhere today, it felt like they'd evaporated, but they are back in the last match of today. Something has changed. 25 points there for them on this match as well, and that is a big jump up against Dagestan in second place.
Yeah, I think tomorrow everyone's in the running. You know, it's S-Eagles versus Dagestans versus Shockwave for that second place. I think with that game, Team Spirit should secure themselves that buffer that we were talking about into first place, which should see them safe up until even a second place tomorrow, unless things go drastically the way of either Dagestan, Shockwave, and S-Eagles. But all 3 of those teams would have to do well, or at least 2 of them would have to do extremely well tomorrow, which is less likely to happen. So I think right now Team Spirit have managed to secure themselves a spot, but it is a shame for Dagestan because they played so well throughout the tournament, and I think things have opened up for Shockwave because of circles, and for S-Eagles, they just have these miraculous moments of pop-offs.
Yeah, it has just been kind of back and forth. And that's another chicken dinner for a tie-break potential for them as well. Let's take a look at the overalls as they stand with those 25 points added on to the S-Eagles squad tally. Team Spirit still atop, and they have broken 200 points today with that performance, finishing in second place. I think they got like 10 elims there as well, so a good result there. But 11 points behind Dagestan. That is doable. Same story for Shockwave. Sat just a little bit further, 18 points behind. I said about 15 was where I was thinking it's possible for tomorrow, and we now have 2 teams in that bracket. It's a 3-horse race to claim that second spot.
Absolutely. It's going to be very exciting tomorrow to see who's able to claim that second place. Will it be Shockwave, Eagles, or will it be Dagestan? And really, at this point in time, it is just 4 teams battling it out for those top spots. Potentially, there can be some strange things happening, but I highly doubt it, and I do think it is those 4 teams trying to figure out which 50% of them is not going through to PMSL.
That is what it's all about. Still, 200 points for Team Spirit. They had a massive start to today. 2 slightly lower performant games, but that last one as well kept that pace way up. Team Spirit are back to play. It's good to see them on form with Matic back in the fold. I've been John Allen. With me has been Blank. This has been day 3 of the qualifiers. We've only got one more day to play, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.